Hello and welcome back to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In today's video, we are going to build and deploy a full stack AI chatbot using MERN Stack. In this full stack project, users can submit the prompt and generate the images or text content using AI chatbot. So let's take a look at the project demo. Let me log out from this application. So first it will display this login or registration form. Here you can log in with your existing account or you can create a new account using this sign up form. Let me create a new account here. I'll write the name. Then we will add any email ID. So here we will add any dummy email ID and here we will add one password and click on create account. So here we have created a new account on this application. You can see here we have created this sidebar, and in this sidebar we have the logo and create a new chat button. Then we have the search box. We can search for the chat history, and here we have the recent chat. So whenever you create a new account, a new chat will be created, and here you will see this welcome message, ask me anything. And at the bottom you can see we have this input field where you can enter the prompt, and when we choose this text, then it will generate the text content, and if I choose image from this drop down, it will generate the image. And here we have the checkbox, so we can publish our images in the community. If I come to this left sidebar, here you can see we have the community images. Let's click here. So in this one you can publish your AI generated images. So these images will be visible to all users of this application. You can see when we hover it, it will display the user's name who has created this image using prompt. After that, you can see it will display the total number of available credits, right? So whenever you create a new account, you will get 20 credits for free. And after that, we have the option to toggle our theme. We can change the theme to light mode or dark mode. Let me see the light mode also, and here we have the user's icon, then name, and we have the logout option. Now let me test this AI chatbot. So here we'll add some prompt. So in this input box, let me add the prompt, what is an API, and here we have added the mode text and click on this send button. So you can see it is generating the response. You can see the loading animation here, and after generating the response from AI, it will display the content here. You can see our content has been generated, and you can see this reply content is formatted. It looks beautiful with this paragraph and ordered list and unordered list. So it is quickly generating the response using AI. We can also generate the images. We can generate the image in this same chat also, and we can create a new chat also. So I'll just click on this new chat button. So it will open a new chat, and here let me add the prompt to generate a new image. So here we will type a boy playing baseball at a school playground, and I will choose the mode image and click on this checkbox to publish this image. Then click on submit button. So it will generate the image. So just wait for this response. You can see it is displaying the loading animation here. So now the image has been generated, right? You can see the AI has generated the same image that we have asked here using this prompt. Now you can see our credits has been decreased to 17 because it will decrease 1 credit for generating the text content, and it will decrease 2 credit for generating the image. Now let me see this web page in dark mode. So in the dark mode also, you can see this response is looking good. Let's go to the previous chat from this left sidebar. You can see this chat is also looking good in dark mode. Now let's open our credits page. I'll just click here. So it will open the credits page. Here we have different credit plan, and you can choose anyone to add more credit. And for this credit, you can make the payment online because we have added a Stripe payment gateway, right? And in this community, we have the published images. You can see our AI generated image has been added in this community page. For AI image generation, store and optimize the image, we are going to use ImageKit. ImageKit is a real-time media processing product that helps optimize, stream and transform images and videos for the web. It can automatically compress and convert images and videos to a suitable format for every device. it also have the AI features to create an image using prompt. So this was the project demo. After creating this AI chatbot, we will deploy it online for free using Vercel. So if you are also excited to build your own AI chatbot, just write down, I am going to build this AI chatbot project. Once you complete this project, you can send me your project live link at this email ID for review and get featured on GreatStack starts page. I will also recommend you to add this project live link in your resume, or you can also use it as your college project. Now let's get started. To create our full stack AI chatbot, we will come to desktop screen, and here we will create a project folder. So I'll create a folder here and write the folder name Quick GPT. Now let's open this folder with VS Code. So now this folder is open in VS Code editor, and here we have to create a React project. So in this one we'll create the backend and front end, right? So first we are going to create the front end using React, and we'll create the React project using Vite package. So here we will open the terminal. So just click here and select new terminal. And in this terminal, we will add the command npm create Vite at latest. Press enter. Now let's press Y. After that, it is asking for the project name. So in this one, we are going to create the backend and front end, and we'll create the front end in the client directory. So let's add the project name client. After that, it is asking to choose the framework. So let's choose React. Then it is asking to choose the variant. So I'll choose variant JavaScript. Next, you can see the client directory has been created in this sidebar, in this quick GPT folder. And in this one, we have these folder structure, and here we have the package.json file, right? Now, after that, we have to install the dependencies in this project. So let's navigate to this directory. Right now in this terminal, you can see we are in the quick GPT directory, right? So we have to change the directory. So simply add cd client. So now we are in the client directory. After that, here we have to add npm install. It will install all the dependencies for our React project. After completing it, we can start our React project using npm run dev. But before starting it, let me add one more package here. I am going to use React Router DOM because here we'll create the different routes on our React application. So just add npm install React Router DOM. You can see the package name here, and press enter. So it will install this React Router DOM package. Using that, we can navigate to different pages in our React application. After that, let's start our React app using npm run dev. Let me clear it and write npm run dev. Now our project is running at this URL localhost port 5173. Let's open this link in web browser. So you can see our basic Vite plus React project is successfully running in the web browser. Next, we have to clear this project. And to clear this project, let's come back to the VS Code and let's hide this terminal. Here we will open our client folder, and in this one, you will find this src. In this src, we have app.css file. Let me delete this file. After that, let's open this index.css file, and we will clear everything from this file. Clear it and save the changes. Now let's open the app.jsx file. Here also we have some code, so just select everything and clear this file, and here let's add RAFCE to create the React component structure. This RAFCE snippet will work when you have installed one extension. You can see I have added this ES7 React Redux extension. Using that, we can use the RAFCE snippet to create the component structure. Now after that, let's open our main.jsx file, and here we have to add the router. So we have already added the router package, so here we have to import it. So let me write import curly braces from React router DOM, and here we will import the browser router. Now we have to wrap our application using this browser router. So let me remove this strict mode and provide this browser router. So we have added browser router opening and closing tag, and within this we have the app, right? Now let's open our index.html file, and in this one you can see we have this title. So here we have to update our title also. So let me write the title called Quick GPT GreatStack, and after that we will update the favicon icon for this web page. For that, let me just come back to the desktop screen, and here you can see we have this assets folder. You can download this folder from the video description, and in this one you will find all the images and icons that we will be using in this project. So just copy everything from here and open this Quick GPT project folder, then open client folder, then go to src assets, and in this assets just paste all the files. After that, in this one you will find this react.svg. Let's delete it, and after that just copy this favicon.svg file. Let's just copy and paste it in this public folder. So in this public folder we will paste this favicon.svg and remove this wheat.svg. After that we will come back here, and here you can see we have the wheat.svg. So let me update it. Here we'll add our file, that is favicon.svg. So it will update our favicon icon for the web page. After updating it, let me just come back to the web browser. So on this web browser you can see the favicon icon has been updated, and the title is also updated, Quick GPT GreatStack. So we have cleared our default React project. Now we will create the folder structure for our project, where we'll create the components, pages, and we'll also create the context file to store our global states and functions. So let's just come back here in the VS Code, and in this one here we have the src. So in this src, let's create a new folder called components. After that, in this src, let's create a new folder called pages. Now we'll create another folder and write the folder name context. And after that, we can create different pages in this pages folder. We will store the components in this folder, and we'll create the context file in this context folder. Next, we have to add the Tailwind CSS in this project. For that, let's open the web browser and search for Vite Tailwind CSS and open this link. And here you can see the steps to add the Tailwind CSS in the Vite project. So here we have to install the Tailwind CSS using this command. So just copy this one and open our VS Code, then open the terminal, and here let's stop it using Ctrl C, then paste this command. Press enter. So it will install the Tailwind CSS package. Now let's see the next step. So we have to import the Tailwind CSS from this Tailwind CSS/Vite and add this inside this plugins array. So let's copy this import statement and open the Vite config file. So let's just come back and open Vite config file. In this vite.config.js file, let's add import Tailwind CSS from this Tailwind CSS/Vite, and after that in this plugins you can see we have the React, right? So after this React, just add the comma and provide Tailwind CSS. Call this one, save the changes. After that, let's come back here and see the next step. So we have to import the Tailwind CSS in the CSS file. So we'll come back here and let's open the index.css file, and here let's add this import statement, import tailwind css. That's it. So we have configured the tailwind css in our project. Next we have to add the Google font also. For that, again we'll open the web browser and search for Google Fonts and open this website fonts.google.com, and here we will search for font that is outfit, and here you can see this get font button, and click on this button get embed code, then click on this import and copy this import statement. Let's just copy this and paste it here in the first line. So we have added the import statement to import the Google font, and after that we have to apply this font on entire application. So let's just copy this font family and we will add it for all the elements. So just add a star and provide this font family outfit sans serif. That's it. So we have added the font. After that, for this application we will set the primary color, right? So here we can write at theme, and then let's add color primary and provide this color code. So this will be our primary color. Now we have to hide the scroll bar from this entire application. So just add this WebKit scroll bar and display none. So the scroll bar will be hidden, correct? And after that, in this one we will add the dark mode and light mode also, right? So here, before adding this font family, let's add at custom variant dark. Then we'll add and where .dark star and close this one. So here we'll add the semicolon also and save the changes. After adding it, we can create the web page in light mode and dark mode. We can set different classes for light and dark mode. Now we will start creating different pages. So in this pages folder, let's create a new file and write the file name login.jsx. To create our login page, here we'll add RAFCE. Now we'll create the next page. So here we'll create the community page. So let's create a new file here and write the file name community.jsx. And here also we'll add RAFCE. Next we'll create the credits page. So here we'll create a new file in this pages folder and write the file name credits.jsx. So we have created community, credits and login page, and after that we'll create one more page, that is loading. So here we'll add a new page, write the file name loading.jsx. So we have created 4 pages, correct? After that we'll create some components also. So here we have the components folder. So in this components folder, let's create our first component, that will be the ChatBox. So we'll create a new file called ChatBox.jsx. After that we'll create the sidebar component. So let's create a new file and write the file name sidebar.jsx. Then we'll create the message component. So we'll create a new file and write the file name message.jsx. So we have created multiple files for components. Here also we'll add RAFCE in the message, then we'll add it in the sidebar, then let's add it in the chat box. So we have created multiple pages and components. Next we have to create the routes so that we can navigate to different pages. So let's open the app.jsx file, and in this one you can see we have a div. So let's remove it and we'll add the fragment. Now in this one let's add a div, and in this div we have to mount the sidebar. So let's add the opening arrow, then sidebar, and click here. So you can see the sidebar has been imported here, right? And now let's close this tag. So we have mounted this sidebar in this app.jsx file. After that, here we have to add routes tag. Let's add opening arrow routes. You can see we are using this routes. Just click here. So this routes has been imported from React router DOM. Correct? And let's close it like this. We have the routes opening and routes closing tag. Now within this, we'll add the route tag only. So just add route. Click here. So the route is also imported from React router DOM. And here we'll add the self closing tag. Now in this one, we have to add the path, and in the path we'll add slash. So it will be the home page. Then we'll add the element here, and here let's add our chat box. So the chat box has been imported. After that, we will duplicate this line, and in the second one we'll add the path slash credits. In this element we have to add the credit page. So just add credit. We are not getting the suggestion, so let me open it from the left side. Here we have the credits.jsx. In this one we'll add RAFCE, save the changes, and after that we'll come back here in the app.jsx file, and now if I type opening arrow credits, we are getting the suggestion. So we will mount this here and close this tag. So we have mounted the credits page here. After that, let's duplicate it, and here we'll change the path. It will be community, and here we'll add the community page. Let's click here to import the community. So you can see it has been imported, right? So we have mounted the chat box, credits and community. And before this routes, we have the sidebar. So this sidebar will be displayed in all pages, right? Now we have to align the sidebar and these components side by side. So here in this div, we'll add the tailwind classes. So just add the class name property, and we'll add the flex, then height screen and width screen. Now here we'll add one more div. So after this fragment, let's add a div, and let's move everything here in this div like this. Now in this first div, we'll add the class name, and here we'll add these classes. And in this one, you can see we have added the dark. So when the theme is dark, it will add this gradient color in the background, and the text color will be white. Correct? And after that, let me just open these pages. So if I open login, here we'll add the text called login. Then we'll open the credits. In this one, we'll add the text called credits. Then open loading. Here we'll add RAFCE, and then add this text loading. Now let's open community, and here we'll add the text called community. Now let's open chat box, and in this one we'll add the text chat box. In the message component, we'll add the text message. In the sidebar component, we'll add the text sidebar. Now save the changes and open our web page. So if I refresh it, it is not running. So let me just come back, and we have to start our project. So you can see our project is stopped. So just add npm run dev to start our project. So it will start the project on same URL. Now just hide the terminal and refresh this web page. So you can see here we are getting the sidebar and chat box because we are on the home page. Now if I change the route, if I type community, so you can see here we are getting the sidebar and community. It means in the left side it will display a sidebar, and in the right side it will display the community text or images. Now if I change the URL, let's write slash credits. So you can see it will display the sidebar in the left side, and in the right side it will display the credits to buy the credits to use the AI features, right? So this routing is working fine. Now we will create our context API to manage our states and functions. So let's come here in this context folder, and in this one we'll create a new file and write the file name app context. So we'll add a new file, app context.jsx. Now in this one we have to create the context using the create context hook. So just add const app context equal to create context, and this create context has been imported from React. After that we have to create the provider function, that is app context provider. So let's add export const app context provider equal to and create the arrow function. Now in this function parameter we'll get the children in the parameter, right? And after that here we'll add the return a statement. So just add return, and in this return let's add the app context dot provider and close this tag. Now within this we will add the curly braces and provide this children. And now in this one we have to add the value, and here we have to add one object. So before this return a statement we will create one object with the name value. So just add const value equal to empty object, and now let's add this value here. That's it. Now at the bottom we'll add the export const use app context equal to arrow function, and in this one we'll add the use context hook, and in this use context provide our app context. That's it. Now to access any data from this context we will use this use app context, right? And we have exported it from this file, so we can access it in any other file, right? Now to use the context data in entire application we have to add it in our main file. So let's open main.jsx file, and in this one let's add import curly braces from dot slash context slash app context.jsx, and here we'll add the app context provider. Now let's wrap everything using this app context provider. So after this browser router let's add this tag app context provider and closing tag. Now within this we will move our application. That's it. So now we have the support of this context API in entire application, and we can access any data from our context file in entire application. We can access it in any file or any component, right? Now again we'll open our app context.jsx file, and here we'll create some states that will be used on entire application. So here before this value object we will add const navigate equal to use navigate hook. So this use navigate has been imported from React router DOM. After that here we'll add const and create the state variable. So the variable name is user and the setter function name is setUser, and let's initialize it using user state and provide the null. So initialized the user with null. After that here we'll add another state variable, so simply duplicate it, and in this one we'll add the chats, and the setter function name is setChats, and this will be one array, so we'll initialize it with empty array. So initially the chats state will be empty array. After that we'll add one more state, so just duplicate it. Here we'll add the selected chat, and the setter function name is setSelectedChat, and initialize it using null. So by default the selected chat will be null. Next we'll store the theme also. So again we'll create the state variable, so just duplicate it, write the variable name theme, and the setter function name is setTheme. equal to use a state, and here we are going to use the theme from the local storage. So just add local storage dot get item, and in this one we'll add the key name. So the key name is theme, so it will get the theme from the browser local storage, and suppose it is not available, so in that case we will set the default value. So here let me add the default theme light, correct. After that, here we have to create a function that will fetch the user whenever the component gets loaded. So we'll add const fetch user equal to async arrow function. Here we'll use the setter function set user, and here we are going to take the dummy data from our assets. So if I open our assets.js file, in this one you can see we have import statement. We have imported all the images and exported it using this assets, right? So that we can easily use it in our project. After that, here we have the dummy user data, and then we have the dummy plans, and after that we have this dummy chats also, correct. So let's use this dummy user data. So we'll come back here and provide set user and provide the dummy user data. So this dummy user data has been imported from the assets. Now we have created this function that will set the user, but we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. For that, here we have to add the use effect. So just add use effect. In this use effect, we'll add the arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array that will be empty array. And here simply call our function that is fetch user. So when the component gets loaded, it will call this function and it will get the user data from the assets, right? After that, we have to pass these states and functions to different component. For that, we will come here in this value object, and here let's add this navigate, then we will provide the user, then set user, then fetch user function, then chats, set chats, then selected chat and set selected chat and theme. So now we can access these data in any component using the context API. Next, we have to fetch the user's chat data also, so that we can display it in the left sidebar. So here we will create a function. So just add const fetch users chats and create the asynchronous arrow function. And in this one, we will use the setter function set chats. And here let's provide the dummy chats data. And after that, let's add the set selected chat. And in this one, we will provide the dummy chats and index 0. So it will select the first chat as selected chat. Next, we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded and the user is logged in. It means the user is available. So here we'll add one more use effect. In this use effect, we'll add the arrow function, and here we'll add the dependency array and provide the user in this array. So let's add user, and after that, here we'll add the if statement, and let's add if user. So when the user is logged in, so in that case, we will call this fetch users chats function, and then we'll add the else statement also. So here we'll add else, and in this condition, we'll add the setter function set chats and provide the empty array. And after that, we'll add the setter function set selected chat and provide null. That's it. So now we'll get the user's chat data also that we can display in the sidebar. And we have the dummy user data also. Next, we have to set the theme. Suppose we get the theme data from the local storage. Then we have to apply that theme. For that, here we'll add one more use effect. So here let's add use effect and create the arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array, and in this dependency array we'll add the theme, correct? And after that, in this one we have to add the if statement, and let's add the theme equal to dark, right? So in that case we have to add the document element dot class list dot add. So it will add one class name. So write the class name dark like this. Now we'll add the else statement also. So just add the else statement, and here we'll just copy this, and in this one we'll add remove. So simply add remove. Now save the changes. So after adding it, we have the theme data, and the theme is already selected whenever the component gets loaded, right? And we have the user data also, and we can display this data in the sidebar. So let's create our sidebar. So let's open the components folder. In this one you can see we have the sidebar.jsx file. In this sidebar component we need some data from our context file. So before this return statement, let's add const curly braces, and here we'll get the data from use app context. So the use app context has been imported. Now in this one we will get the chats data, that is the chats state. Then we'll get the setter function set selected chat. Then we'll get the theme. After that we will get set theme to change the themes, and after that we'll get the user data, right? Now in this sidebar we will add a search box also. Using that we can search for the chat history. So here let's add const and create the state variable. So we'll add const search, and the setter function name is set search equal to use a state, and initialize it using empty string, right? After that, let's come here within this div. So in this div we have to add our logo. So let's add the comment here. So we will write the comment logo, and here we'll add the img tag, and in this image src let's add this theme, and we'll compare the theme. So we'll add theme equal to dark. So when the theme is dark, so in that case we'll add the assets. You can see the assets has been imported, and from this asset we can find the logo. So just add dot logo full, and after that we'll add the colon and provide assets dot logo full dark. So it will update the logo according to the theme. After that, in this image we have to add the classes. So we'll add the class name property here, and we'll set the width, and we'll add the max width. That's it. Next, in this div we'll add the classes. So we'll add the class name property, and here let's add these tailwind classes. So here we have added flex column, height will be full screen. Then we have added the minimum width, then padding. Then for the dark screen or dark theme we have added the gradient color in the background. Then we have added border from the right side, and this is the border color. And then we have added backdrop blur 3XL. Then we have added transition duration, and after that we have added absolute for max MD. Then we have added left 0 and Z index 1. Now we'll save the changes, and we will open our web page. So on this web page you can see here we have this logo, correct? You can see the logo text is black and the background is white, right? Now if I change the theme from here, you can see we have the context file. In this one we have added the theme light. So here we have this logo in the sidebar. Now in this sidebar we have to add a button also. So let me just come back, and just after this image that is for the logo, here we'll add the comment. So let's add the comment, new chat button, and here we'll add the button tag. Now in this button we'll add the plus icon, so we'll add the span tag here, and in this span we'll add this plus, and then we have to add the text called new chat. Correct? Now for this plus symbol we'll add some classes, so provide the class name, and here we'll add margin from right and text XL. Then we'll add the classes in the button. So in this button, let's add the class name property and provide these classes. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have this new chat button. It looks good. Next we have to add the search box. Using that we can search the chat history. So let me just come back, and here we'll add the comment, search conversations, and then let's add a div here, and in this div we have to add some classes to align our input field and search icon. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Then we have to add the icon, so we'll add the img tag, and in this image src simply add assets dot search icon. Then we have to add the classes here, so we'll add the class name property and provide width, and then we'll add invert when theme is not dark. After that we have to add the input field, so let's add the input, and the type will be text. Then we have to add the placeholder text here, so we'll add placeholder search conversations. Then we will add the classes, so here we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes for this input field. Now in this one we have to add the onChange property also, so that when we add any data in this input field, it will update it in the state that we have created here, search state, right? So here let's add onChange and provide the arrow function. In this function parameter we'll get the event, and after that here we'll add setter function set search, and here let's add e.target.value. After that we will add the value property also, so we'll add the value property here and provide the search state. That's it. After adding it, let me just come back here. So here you can see we have this input field, and in this one you can see the placeholder text search conversations, right? Next we have to display the recent chats. So we have already added the recent chats dummy data in the assets, so we will display that here. So let me just come back, and after this div, so we will add the comment recent chats, and here let's add curly braces. First we'll add the chats here that we are getting from the context. You can see we are getting it from the context, and let's check the length. So here we'll add dot length greater than 0. It means we have the chats data. So we'll add the AND operator, and here we'll display a text in p tag. So we'll add the p tag here, and let's add the text called recent chats. Next we'll add the classes for this text, so we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Now just after this we will add a div, and in this div we will display the list of chat title, right? So here we'll add curly braces, provide this chats dot filter. Here we are using this filter because we can filter the chats using the search box. So here we have added filter, and in this filter we'll add the arrow function, and in this one we'll get the individual chat, right? After that we'll add this chat dot messages property and index 0. Then we'll add question mark Then we'll add this same thing, chat dot messages index 0 question mark dot content dot to lowercase dot includes, and in this includes we'll provide the search state dot to lowercase, right? After that, here we'll add the colon, and here let's add chat dot name dot to lowercase dot includes, and provide this search dot to lowercase. Here we have to add this parenthesis. Then we'll add the map method here because it will return the array. So here we have added map method, and in this map method again we'll add the arrow function, and here let's get the individual chat from the array, and after that we can display it in the sidebar. So we'll add a div here. So we have added one div here. Now in this div, first we have to add the key. So let's add the key, and in this key we'll add the chat dot underscore id, right? And after that, here we have to add the classes. So just add the class name property, and in this one let me add these tailwind classes. Then here we have to add another div, and in this one we'll add the text in p tag. So the text will be chat title, right? So here we'll add the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add the classes first. So we'll add these class name, and then in this one we'll add the curly braces and provide chat dot messages dot length, and if it is greater than 0, so in that case let's add the chat dot messages index 0 dot content dot slice, and here we'll add 0, 32. So it will display 32 character only, and then we'll add the colon here, and here we'll add chat dot name like this. After that, here we'll add one more p tag. So we'll add the another p tag here, and in this one we have to add the time. So here let's add curly braces chat dot updated at. So this will be the timestamp. So here we'll add the class name, and in this class name we'll add these tailwind classes, right? Next we have to add the classes in this div. So in this div we'll add the class name property, and here let's add the tailwind classes like this. And after that, here we have to add one delete icon or bin icon. So after closing of this div, here let's add one image, and in this image src will add curly braces, provide the assets dot bin icon, and then we'll add the classes here. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes, correct? After adding it, let's save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have this search box, and after this search box we have the title called recent chats, and then we have the chat title or content, right? So we have the chat name or content, and here you can see we have the timestamp also. So we have to convert this timestamp, and we'll display the actual time here, right? And here we have the delete icon when we hover on this one. So to convert this timestamps, here we are going to use a package called moment, right? So let me just come back, and we will open the terminal and stop this project using Ctrl+C, and here we'll add npm install and moment. Press enter, and after installing it we'll again start the project using npm run dev. So again project is running on the same URL. Now we can hide this, and here we have to import the moment. So let's scroll up, we'll add import moment from moment. Now let's come here, and here we have added this timestamp using chat.updated@. So we have to convert it. So in this one only we have to remove it, and we'll add moment, and in this moment we'll provide this chat.updated@, and after that we'll add dot from now. Call this from now method. Now save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see it is displaying like a day ago, like so. Like this one, it will display 1 day ago, 2 day ago, 30 minutes ago. So it will be simple to understand the time. After that, we have to display some buttons, like a button to open the community page where it will display the public images. After that, we'll add the button for purchasing the credit, and it will also display the available credit. Then we'll display a button to toggle the theme. So let me just come back here in our VS Code, and after closing off this div that is for this recent chats, here we are going to create another div. So here first we'll add the comment, that is community images, and then let's add a div here, and in this div we'll add the image using src, and in this src let's add assets dot gallery icon. After that we'll add the class name property here, and here we'll add these tailwind classes. Then we have to add one div, and in this div let's add the text in p tag, and the text is community images. Now in this div we'll add the classes, and here we'll add flex column and text small. Now we'll add the classes in this first div. So in this one we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, right? Next we'll add the onClick property also. Let me correct this classes. So here we have added these classes only, and after that here we'll add onClick property, and in this onClick property we'll add one arrow function, and it will call the navigate function. So here we'll add the curly braces and provide the navigate function, and we have to get this navigate from the context. So here let's get the navigate from context and use it here. And in this navigate we have to add the path. So we will open the community path. So let's add /community. And after that let's open our web page. So here at the bottom you can see we have this button, community images, right? After this we'll add one more button. So we'll come back to the VS Code, and let's just duplicate this one with comment, and here we will update the comment first. So here let's add the comment text credit purchase option, and here let's update the path. So here we'll add /credits in this navigate, right? And after that here we have the image. So let's add assets dot diamond icon, and the classes will be same. Then let's add the text in this div. So in this div we have this p tag. So here in this p tag we'll add credits colon, and then provide the credits available in the user account. So just add curly braces user question mark dot credits, and after that we'll add the text in p tag, and here we'll add the text called purchase credits to use quick GPT, and then we have to add the classes here. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. So here we have added another button. Let's save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have one more button where we can see the available credits and this text. That icon is not visible here, so let me just come back. And in this one you can see we have not dark, so let me change it to dark. Now save the changes and you can see this icon is clearly visible, right? After that, we'll add one more button here. So let me just come back and copy this div. And before adding this div here, we'll add the comment also. So let's add the comment, dark mode, toggle, and then paste this div. In this one, we don't need to add any on click, simply remove it, and here simply add this div. And in this one, at the end you can see we have this cursor pointer and hover, remove this one. After that, here we have a div that contains the text, right? And before this div we have the image. So just remove this image, and here we have this div, and in this div we'll update the classes. So let's add the classes in this div. We have added item center gap 2, and then we have added the text here. So the text will be dark mode. And before this text we have to add the icon, right? So we'll add the img tag, and in this one we'll add assets dot theme icon, and then we'll add the classes for this icon. So we'll add the width and not dark invert. So after closing of this div, here we have to add a toggle button. For that, let's add the label tag, and in this one let's add the classes. So here I'm going to add tailwind classes, that is relative, inline flex, cursor pointer, and within this label tag let's add the input field, and the input type will be checkbox. So let's add type checkbox, right? And then we'll add the classes here. So let's add these classes for the input field, right? And after that we'll add the checked property here. So just add checked equal to, and here we'll add the theme equal to dark. So if the theme is already dark, it means this checkbox is already checked. Now we'll add the onClick property here. So just add onClick and provide the arrow function. Then we'll call the setter function set theme, and in this one we'll add the theme. So just add theme equal to dark. So in that case we'll add light, it will toggle the theme, and then we'll add colon dark. So it will toggle the theme from dark to light and from light to dark. After that, here let's add another div. So we'll add a div here, and in this div we have to add the classes only. So we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. That's it. Now after closing of this div, here we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag again we have to add some classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. That's it. Now we will save the changes and let's open our web page. So here you can see we have this toggle theme button, right? Now let me just correct the alignment. So I'll just come back here, and here you can see we have the label tag. In this one we have already added this relative, inline flex, and cursor pointer, and now we'll come here, and in this one we'll add one more class name. So here let's add justify between, like this. So here we have added flex, item center, justify between. Now save the changes and come here. So now you can see this icon in the right side, correct? Now if I click here, it is not working. So let me just come back. You can see we have added the on click. So let me update it. It will be on change. Save the changes after adding it on change and come here. Still it is not working. So let me check it. Here we will open the app context file, and in this one you can see we have created this function to update the theme, but we have to save this theme in the local storage also. So after this if else statement, let's add local storage dot set items or set item, and in this one let's add theme, and then we'll provide this theme state. Save the changes and open our web page, and let's click here. Still it is not updating the theme. Let me just come back to the VS Code again, and in this app context you can see in this value we have provided this theme, but we have not provided the setter function. So just add set theme, then only we can access it in any other component. Save the changes and come here. Now you can see if I click here, it is changing the website from light mode to dark mode, and you can see the toggle button, it is checked. If I click again, it will uncheck this toggle menu or toggle button, and the website will be turned into light mode. So it is working fine. You can see this sidebar looks good in the dark mode also. Now we have to add one more button in this sidebar. So just come back, and in this sidebar.jsx, after closing of this div, that is for the dark mode toggle button, here we have to add the comment user account, and then we have to add another div here. So let me just copy it from here. Let's just copy the community div, copy and paste it here. And in this one, let me update the properties. So remove this. On click, here we have added class name flex item center. Then we will add the gap 3. Then we have added this cursor pointer and remove this one. And here we'll add group so that we can add the hover effect. And after that, here we'll add img src assets dot user underscore icon. Then we have to add the classes for this image. So here we'll add the width and rounded full so that it will be a circle. After that we have to add the text. So let me remove this and we'll add the text in p tag. And in this one we'll add the classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, and here we have to display the user's name. So just add curly braces user question mark. If it is available, then we'll add the user dot name. Then we'll add colon and provide one text login your account. Now after that, here we'll add the curly braces and provide the user. So when the user is available, then we'll add the AND operator and provide the img tag. It will be self-closing like this. And here we have to add the icon for logout, right? So we'll add the src here. And in this src, we will provide the assets dot logout icon. Then we'll add the classes, and here let's add these tailwind classes for this logout icon. Right now save the changes and come here. So you can see here we have the user icon and name, and when we hover it, we have this logout icon, right? After that, we have to add one close icon that will be used to close this sidebar on mobile screen. So let's come back, and here before this last closing div, we will add the img tag. This src will be assets dot close icon, then provide the class name, and here we will provide these classes. So in this one you can see we have added MD hidden. So it will be hidden for medium and above a screen. It will be displayed on mobile phone only, right? And after that, if I open this web page in smaller screen, here you can see we have this cross icon, right? So using this cross icon, we can hide this sidebar for mobile screen. For that, we have to create one state and pass it in this sidebar component. So let's open our app.jsx file, and in this one we'll create the state for opening the sidebar in mobile phone. So here, before this return statement, let's add const is menu open, and the setter function name is set is menu open equal to use a state, and here we'll initialize it using false. So by default it will be false and it will be hidden on mobile screen, and we can open it using a icon. So here we have to add that icon. So we'll add curly braces, not of is menu open. So in that case we'll add AND operator, and we'll display one icon. So just add the img tag here. Then we'll add the src, and in this src simply add assets dot menu icon, right? And then we'll add the classes for this menu icon, and this menu icon will be visible on mobile screen only, right? And after that, here we have to add the onClick property. So we'll add onClick, and in this one let's add the arrow function, and it will call the setter function set is menu open and make it true. So it will display the side menu or sidebar in mobile phone. After that, we have to pass this as props in this sidebar component, right? So in this one, let's add is menu open equal to is menu open. Then we'll add the set is menu open equal to set is menu open, correct? After that, we have to destructure this props in this component. So let's open the sidebar component, and here we will destructure the props. So let's add curly braces is menu open and the setter function set is menu open, like this. And after that, let's come here at the bottom where we have the closing icon or close icon. So here let's add onClick property, and let's add the arrow function, and then we'll call the setter function set is menu open and make it false, so that it will hide the sidebar on mobile phone. Now let's come back and click on this cross icon. You can see it should hide this sidebar, but when I click here, it is not closing it. So we have to add the classes in our main div. So we'll come back here, and here we have the first div. So let's wrap everything in the curly braces and change this to backticks. So instead of this quote, we'll add the backticks, and let's wrap everything in the curly braces like this. Now in this one, at the end, we will add $sign curly braces, not of is menu open, then AND operator, and here we'll add this classes. So we have added maxmd minus translate x full. Save the changes and come here. So you can see that sidebar is hidden, and here we have the menu icon. If I click on this menu icon, it is opening this sidebar. If I click on this cross icon, it is hiding this sidebar. It works fine, right? And if I open this web page in desktop view, it will display this sidebar only. It will not display the menu icon or cross icon. Now we have to add one more feature. Let me again open it in a smaller screen, and suppose if I click on any of this menu items, it should also close this sidebar, right? For that, we'll come back here And in this one, let's see the buttons that we have created. So here we have the recent chats, correct? So in this recent chats, we have the div here where you can see we have added the key. It will be chat_id. So in this one only we will add the onClick. So here let me add the space like this and provide onClick property and provide the arrow function. And here we'll add curly braces. First we'll navigate the user, so just add navigate, and here let's add slash, so it will navigate to home page, and after that we'll add semicolon and provide the set selected chat, and in this one we will provide this chat. After that we again add semicolon, and here we'll add set is menu open, and let's make it false, so it will hide the menu on mobile screen. After that, let's come here in this community. So in this community we have added this navigate, so here we'll add semicolon and provide setter function set is menu open and provide false. Just copy this one and add it here in this purchase credit option also. So we'll add the semicolon here and provide this set is menu open false. That's it. After adding it, we can open our web page. If I click here, it is closing the sidebar. Let's open it. Click on this button, credits, it is closing the sidebar. If I click on any chat history, it is also closing the sidebar. And if I come here, it will be displayed. So we have completed our sidebar. After completing the sidebar, now we will create the ChatBox component that will be displayed in the right side. So let's come back to the VS Code. And in this one, you can see we have created this chatbox.jsx file. So let's open it. And in this one, we have to display the chat messages. For that, we'll get the data from our context. So here, let's add const and let's get the selected chat. And after that, we'll get the theme also, and we'll get it from the context. So simply add use app context, and the use app context has been imported. After that, from this selected chat, we will extract the chat messages. For that, we have to create one state. So we'll add const messages, and the setter function is set messages equal to use state. And the use state has been imported, and let's initialize it using empty array. After that, we'll create one more state. So just add const loading, and the setter function name is set loading equal to use state, and let's make it false. So initialize it using false. So we will display the loading animation whenever we will send the prompt, and the AI will take time to generate your response. Till then, it will display the loading animation, correct? And after that, let's add the data in this messages. For that, we have to create one function. So here we'll add the use effect, and in this use effect, let's add one function. And here let's add the dependency array. Now in this dependency array, we'll add the selected chat. So when the selected chat changes, then it will execute this arrow function. So in this arrow function, let's add the if statement and write selected chat. So when the selected chat is available, in that case, let's use the setter function set messages. So we will set the messages in this state using this set messages. So here we'll add the selected chat, and from this one we will get the messages property. That's it. So whenever we will change the selected messages, it will get the messages and store it in this messages state that we can display on this chat box. Now we have the messages that can be displayed in the chat box. After that, let's come here in this return statement, and here we have a div. So let's add the classes in this div. So in this one, we have added these tailwind classes. After that, here we have to add the chat messages. So let me add the comment here. So we'll add the comment chat messages, and we'll add that here in this div. right? After this chat messages div, here we'll create one input field for adding the prompt. So we'll add the comment here, prompt input box, and here we'll add a form tag. So we'll create a form tag where we'll add the input field to enter the prompt and submit the prompt. Now let's add the content in this div. So in this div, first we'll add some classes. So here let's add class name property and provide these classes. And after that, here let's add curly braces and we'll use the messages state and we'll check the length of this messages state. And if the length is equal to 0, it means there is no selected chat, right? So we'll add the AND operator here, and here let's add this parenthesis, and in this one we will return a div. So when the chat is not selected, then we'll display one welcome message and logo, correct? So in this div we'll add a logo using img tag and provide the src. It will be assets.logo, but here we have to update the logo based on the theme, right? So let's add theme equal to dark. So when the theme is dark, so in that case let's add assets.logo full, and when the theme is light, then we'll add the assets.logo full dark. Now for this logo we have to add some classes, right? So we'll add the class name property here and provide these classes. Now after this logo we have to add one text also, that is ask me anything. So we'll add the p tag and provide this text, and for this text we have to add the classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes for this welcome text. Now we'll add the classes in this div that contains both text and logo. So here we'll add the class name, and here we have added the height full, flexbox classes, and text is primary. Now I'll save the changes and open our web page. So here we are getting that, and it is disappearing. So it is because we have already selected any of the chat. So let me just come back to the VS Code and we will open this app context. So in this app context, you can see we have created this function fetch users chats, right? And in this one we have added set selected chat, and by default we are adding the first chat from the dummy data. So let me remove it. And after that, if I come here, you can see here we have this logo and welcome message when the chat is not selected. And after that, when we will select any chat from this sidebar, it will disappear from here and we will display the chat messages here, correct? So let me just come back here and let's assign the first chat here. And after that, we'll come back here in the ChatBox.jsx file, and here we have added this div. So after this, here let's add curly braces and use this messages state dot map method, and here we'll add the arrow function, and in this arrow function parameter we'll get the individual message, and after that we will get the index number, and this will return one div where we'll display our message. We will display individual message one by one, right? And to display this message, we will create a separate component, right? So here you can see in the sidebar, we have already added this component called message, right? So let's open this message.jsx component, and in this one, let's add this div, and after that, here let me add curly braces, and we will check for the message role, and before that we need this message from the props. So here let's add curly braces to destructure this message as props, and after that let's add this message here, and we'll check the role equal to user, right? So in that case, let's add question mark and add this parenthesis, and in this one we'll add this div, right? And after that, here we'll add colon. It means when the role is not equal to user, it means the role is AI. So in that case, we'll add this parenthesis, and here we'll add another div. Correct. Now in this first div, we have to add the classes. So here I'm going to add class name property and provide these classes. Now within this, let's add another div. And in this one, we have to add the gradient color in the background and flexbox classes. So we have added these classes. Now here we have to add the text in p tag, and in this one, we'll add the message dot content, right? And after that, here we'll add the classes also. So let's add class name property and provide these classes. Then we have to add the time, right? We will add the timestamps. So here we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag, let's add curly braces and provide this message dot timestamp like this. And after that, in this span, we'll add the class name property, and here let's add these tailwind classes. So it will display the user messages, correct? And after that, we have to display the user icon also. So after closing of this div, we will add the img tag, and here we'll add curly braces assets dot user icon. Then we have to add the classes for this user icon. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, right? Next, let's come here in this second div. So in this second div, we'll display the AI generated response, right? So here, first we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. And after that, here, let's add curly braces. We will use this message dot property name is image. It means in the response, we are getting any image. So in that case, let's add question mark and provide this parenthesis. And here we have to add the img tag. In this image src, simply add this message dot content. That will be the image file, right? And after that, for this one, we have to add the classes. So we'll add these tailwind classes, right? Now suppose the is image is not true, right? So in that case, we'll add the colon here, and let's add this parenthesis. And in this one, we have to add a div. Now in this div, we will display our AI generated content. So let's add curly braces message dot content like this. Now for this one, we have to add some classes also. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, right? And after that, here we have to add the time also. So after closing of this curly braces, we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag, we'll add curly braces and provide message dot timestamp like this. After adding it, we can mount this component in our ChatBox, right? So let's open our ChatBox.jsx file, and here it will return that component. So here we'll add opening arrow, message component, close this tag. And in this one, we have to provide the props. So let's add the key first. So the key will be index. And after that, we'll provide the message, and it will be message like this. Now save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see when the first chat is selected, it is displaying this text here, that is the prompt. And after that, it is displaying the AI generated image. Now let's choose the second one. So if I choose this second one, you can see the selected chat has been updated. Here we have the prompt, and here we have the response from AI. This is the another prompt. This is the AI generated image. This is the another prompt, and here we have the response, right? Let's click on the third chat, new chat. So here we don't have any message. So we can update the selected chat, and the selected messages will be displayed here, and we can scroll it, correct? Now in these prompt and response, you can see we have this very long timestamp, right? It is not readable. So let me just convert it. So I'll just come back here and open our message component. In this message.js, we will use the moment package. So let's import it. We'll add import moment from moment package. After that, let's come here. And here you can see in this span tag, we have the timestamp, right? So let me move it in the next line so that you can see clearly. Now here we'll add this moment and parenthesis. And in this one, we will move this message.timestamp, and at the end we'll add dot from now and call this one. Now let me just copy this and paste it here in this span. So let's just copy it. And after that, in this span also we have to add the classes. So here I'm going to add the class name property and provide these classes. Now save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see the time looks good. Here we have 3 days ago, 3 days ago. It looks good. Now you can see 2 days ago. This is 2 days ago, right? And it will also display the timing like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, like that. Now in this response, you can see we have this response text and it is not looking good. So we have to convert it in different paragraphs. We will display the list items like unordered list and ordered list. We will display different font size using the title tag like h1, h2, correct? So here let's add the format. For that we are going to use a package called markdown. So let me just come back here and open our terminal, and in this terminal we will install one package. So we'll add npm install. So first we have to stop this project, so just add Ctrl+C and then write npm install and write the package name React-Markdown. Press enter. So it will install this React Markdown package. After that, here let me add one more package that we will use in this project. So just add npm install and the package name is Prism.js. I'll tell you about the Prism.js uses. First I'll install it. So we have installed React Markdown and Prism.js. Now start the project. So just add npm run dev. Press enter. So again the project is running. Let me hide this terminal. So after using this markdown, let's come back to our message component, and in this one we have to import the markdown. So let's add import. We'll add the markdown from React-Markdown. So we have imported this markdown package, and after that let's come here and we have to wrap our content. So this is the AI generated content, message.content. So we have to wrap it using the markdown tag. So let's move it here, and here let's add this opening arrow markdown and close this. So we have markdown opening and closing tag, and within this let's move this message.content. After adding it, save the changes and let's open our web page. Now you can see in this response, here we have the formatted text, right? Here we have the bold text and here we have different paragraphs, but still we have this underline and we don't have the h1, h2 tags here. We don't have the ordered, unordered list. So to fix it, let me just come back here. And in this one, you can see we have added these classes, and here we have added one custom class name, reset tw. It means reset tailwind, right? So let's add the CSS properties for this class name, reset tw. Let's open our index.css file, and in this one we'll add this dot reset tw, and here we'll add colon not pre, and we'll also add colon not code, and here we'll add this all and just add revert. save the changes, and let's open our web page. Now you can see this AI generated content is looking nice. Here we have the different paragraphs and we have the unordered list. Let's see the another one. This is the prompt and this is the response. This is the prompt and this is the response. You can see this response is looking beautiful. Here we have subtitles, we have different ordered list, then we have the bold tag, right? So we have added the formatting in our response text, right? Now let me scroll down, and here you can see here we have some code in the response, because here we have added the prompt, write a code for basic Express app, and in the response we are getting this code, but this code is not looking good because it is not formatted. So now we'll add the format for this code, and that's why we have added the Prism.js package, right? So let's use that Prism.js package. So simply come back to the VS Code and we'll open our app.jsx file, and in this one let's add the import statement. Let's add import and simply add the path. We'll add code dot slash assets. So in the assets we have provided the prism.css file, so just import it here. You will download the assets from the description, and in that one only we have added the prism.css file. Like this, if I open our project folder, here you can see we have this client src assets, and in this assets you will find this prism.css, right? And it is imported here. After importing it, let's come here in our message.jsx file, and in this one we have to add one use effect. So before this return statement, let's add use effect, and here we'll add the arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array, and in this dependency array we'll add the message dot content. So when the content changes, it will execute this function. And here let's add prism, and we have to import the prism first. So let's add import prism from prism.js, and now let's add prism dot highlight all. That's it. Save the changes and come back here. Let's open our chat, and in this one let's see where we have the code. So you can see this code is highlighted. Now it is looking good, correct? So we have structured the response text, we have structured the content also, and this text also. And after that, let's see in the dark mode. You can see it is looking good in the dark mode also. Let's switch to light mode. Next we have to add the loading animation. It means when we send the prompt, then it will take time to generate the response. Till then we will display a 3 dot that will be animated. So for that, let me just come back to the VS Code, and we will open our chatbox.jsx file. And in this one, here we have added this messages using this messages array, and just after that here we will add the 3 dots loading animation. So just add the comment here. Here we will add curly braces and provide the loading state, and let's add the AND operator. It means when the loading is true, then only we will add this div. Now in this div we'll add the classes. So let's add class name property and provide these classes. Then we will add another div that will be 3 dots. So in this div we'll add these classes like this. Now we will just duplicate this div. So now we have total 3 div. So it will create the loading animation. Next we have to add the delay in second and third one. For that we'll come back to the index.css file, and in this index.css let's add the class name dot loader, and after that we'll add the div, and here we'll add colon and a child 2. So for the second child, let's add the animation delay. So the animation delay is 0.2 seconds. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll add the ns child. By mistake we have added nth last child. So just correct it. It will be nth child 2, and in this one we will add nth child 3. And for this one, let's add the delay of 0.4 seconds like this, and we'll open the application here. So here we don't have the loading animation till now, but if I come here in our code and open our ChatBox.jsx file, and let's set the loading true. Save the changes and come here. So at the bottom you can see here we have 3 dots, and these dots are animated. You can see the animation here just below this image. Right, now let's hide it using this loading. So we'll add false. So by default it will be false. This loading will be true whenever the AI will take time to generate our content. Right, now let's come here, and now we have to create the input box where user can enter their prompt. Correct. So here let's create the form, and in this form we'll add the select box. So just add the select tag here, and in this select tag let's add the classes, and we'll add these tailwind classes. Now in this select tag we have to add the options. So here we'll add a space between this select open and closing tag, and let's add the option tag. We have the option open and closing tag. Here we'll add the value. So the value is text, and here we'll add the display text, that will be text. Now just duplicate it. So in the second one we'll add the image, and here we'll add image. Right, because either we can generate the text content or we can generate the image using AI. So now we'll add the classes in these options. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, and here we'll add class name property and provide the same class name. Right, now let's add the onChange property in this select. So just add onChange, and here we have to add the selected data in one state. Right, so we will create one state for that. So let's scroll up, and here let's add one state. So first we'll create the state variable for prompt. So just add const prompt, and the setter function name is setPrompt equal to use state, and it will be empty string. Now duplicate it, and here we'll add the mode, and the setter function name is setMode. So by default it will be text. Now let's add one more state. It will be is published, and the setter function name is set is published, and by default it will be false. Right, now here we'll add the function also that will submit our form. So we'll add const on submit equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in this function parameter we'll get the event, and here let's add event dot prevent default. After that let's scroll down, and in this one we'll add the arrow function, and in this one we'll get the event, and after that here it will call the setter function set mode, and here let's add e.target.value. So it will set the mode either text or image. Right, and here we'll add the value also. So let's add the value property. So the value property will be mode. So we have added the select tag. After that we have to add the input field. So let's add the input. Input type will be text, and after that we have to add the placeholder. So here we have added this placeholder. Type your prompt here. Then we have to add the classes for this input field. So here let me add these classes, and then we will add required. So this input field will be required to submit the form. Correct. Now we'll add the onChange property here. So just add onChange and provide the arrow function, and it will call the set prompt setter function, and here we'll get the event in the parameter, and after that here just add e.target.value, and after that we'll add the value property. So the value property will be prompt. So when we enter the data in this input field, it will be stored in the prompt state. After that, here we'll add the button. So let's add the button tag, and in this button tag we'll add the image. So just add the img tag, and let's add loading. So when the loading is true, in that case we'll add the assets dot stop icon, and when the loading is false, in that case we'll add the assets dot send icon. Right, now we'll add the classes also. So we'll add the class name property and provide width and cursor pointer for this icon. Next, in this button we have to add disabled property, and here let's add curly braces and provide this loading. So when the loading is true, then this button will be disabled. We cannot click this button when the loading is true. Right, now save the changes and let's open our web page. But before that, let me add the CSS in this form tag also. Right, so in this form tag, let's add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes, and in this form tag we'll add the on submit property, and here we'll provide the on submit function. Save the changes and open our web page. So here at the bottom you can see we have this input field. In this one we have this drop down from where we can change the mode. We can choose text or image, and here in this input field we can write our text. Like this, we can add the text in this input field, and we can click on this send button to submit this prompt, and the AI will generate the image for us. We can write the prompt to generate any text also. So we have created this input box. Now let's see this input field in the dark mode. So we'll switch this theme in dark mode. You can see it is looking good in the dark mode also and in light mode also. Now when we will choose the mode image, then we have to display one checkbox here. Using that we can publish our images in community so that any other user can also see our AI generated image. For that, let me just come back here, and here before this comment prompt input box, here we have to add curly braces, and in this one we'll check for the mode. So when the mode is equal to image, then we'll add the AND operator and provide this parenthesis, and in this one we'll add the label tag. Now in this label tag, let's add the text in p tag, and in this label tag we have to add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes, and in this p tag we'll add the text called publish generated image to community, and let's add the text size. So we'll add the class name here. So the text size will be extra small, and after that here we have to add the input field. So the input type will be checkbox. After that, here we have to add the classes. So just add the class name cursor pointer, and after that we have to add the checked property. So let's add checked is published, right? Because we have already added this is published state here. Now let's come here, and after that here we have to add the onChange property. Let's add onChange property, and in this one we'll add the arrow function, and here we'll get the event, and after that let's call the set is published and provide e.target.checked. So if it is checked, it will return true. If it is not checked, it will return false. Now let's save the changes and come here. So you can see here we have this text and this checkbox. If I click here, it will be checked. If I click again, it will be unchecked. And when we switch to text mode, it will be removed. And when we come to image mode, here we have the checkbox to publish our images in the community. Right? After that, you can see when we switch the chat, it is displaying the older chat. So we have to scroll our chat box so that we can see the latest one. For that, let me just come back here, and here we have this div where we have added the comment called chat messages, right? So in this one we have to add the reference. So first let's create one reference using useRef. So here let's add const container ref is equal to useRef, and useRef has been imported from React, and in this one we'll add null. After that we'll add this container ref in this div. So we'll add the ref property and provide this container ref. Next we have to scroll the web page whenever the message changes. So here we'll add one use effect. So let's add use effect. In this one just add the arrow function and provide the dependency array, and in this dependency array we will add the messages state. After that here we'll add the if statement and provide container ref dot current. Then we'll add the container ref dot current dot scroll to, and in this scroll to we will add top, and the top will be container ref dot current dot scroll height. It will scroll the container completely, and after that we have to add the scroll behavior. So just add behavior property and it will be smooth. That's it. Now save the changes and open our web page. So you can see it is displaying the latest message. Let's come here. So you can see here we have this prompt and one image. Let's come to the second one. You can see it will scroll the web page and we will see the latest message here. You can see the older messages are hidden. We have to scroll to see the older chat messages, and the latest messages is seen here. It will automatically scroll the web page to the latest chat message. So we have created our ChatBox page also, right? Next we have to create the other pages. Now we will create the loading page for our application. So let's come back to the VS Code, and here we will create this loading page. We have loading.jsx file. So in this one, let me remove this text, and first let's add the classes in this div. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Now in this one we'll add another div, and in this one also we have to add a class name property. So let's add the class name property, and here we'll add the width and height rounded full so that it will be a circle, then border 3, then border white and border top transparent, and animate spin so it will be rotating. So we have created this page. After that here we will add the set timeout so that it will redirect the web page. So here we'll add use effect, and in this use effect let's add the arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array. And now in this function let's add const timeout equal to set timeout. Here we'll add the arrow function, and after that here we'll add the time, that is 8000 milliseconds, that is equal to 8 seconds, and here we'll add the navigate. So let's add const navigate equal to use navigate from React router DOM, and now let's add this navigate and provide the home path, right? Now after that here we'll add the return, and in this one we will call this arrow function and it will clear the timeout. So just add the clear timeout and provide this timeout. So it will return the web page to home page after 8 seconds. Now let's come back here. In our app file we have to mount this page. So let's open app.jsx, and in this one here we'll add const curly braces path name equal to use location. So let's import this use location from React router DOM. So here we'll get the path name, and after that let's add the if statement. If this path name is equal to /loading. So in that case, just add return and provide this loading page or component. So just add this loading and close this tag. Save the changes, and after that let's open our web page, and here we'll add /loading in the URL and press enter. So you can see this loading animation, and after 8 seconds it will redirect us to home page like this. Now we have to create the other pages, so we'll create this community page. So let me just come back and let's open the sidebar, and here you can see we have the community.jsx file. In this one we have to display the images that is published in the community, right? It means the images that are public. So here we have to create the state to store the images. So we'll add const, and the state name is images and the setter function name is setImages. After that, here we'll add use a state, and let's initialize it using empty array. Then we have to add the loading state here, so we'll add const loading and the setter function name is setLoading, and here let's add use a state, and by default it will be true. So the loading will be true until we receive the images, right? Now we have to create a function to fetch the images, so just add const fetch images and create one asynchronous arrow function. Now here we have to use the setter function setImages, and for now let's set our dummy images, so just add dummy published images. So it has been imported from the assets. After that, let's add setLoading and we will make it false. So after fetching the images, we will set the loading false. Now we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. So we'll add the use effect, and in this use effect, we'll add the arrow function and provide the dependency array. And in this arrow function, we will call this fetch images function, right? Now here we'll add the if statement, and here we'll add loading. So if the loading is true, in that case we will return the loading page. So let's add this loading, import it. So when the loading is true, it will display the loading screen, and after getting the images using this fetch images, it will set the loading false, then it will display this div. So in this div, let's remove the text, and here we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes, and then we have to add one title here. So we'll add the title in h2 tag, and the title text is community images, and for this title we'll add some classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes for this title. After that, here we have to display the images list. So we'll display the images in different columns. So here let's get all the images. So just add curly braces images dot length if the length is greater than 0, right? So in that case, let's add this parenthesis, and in this one we will return a div, correct? And suppose the length is not greater than 0, it means there is no public image. So we'll add colon, and here we'll add this parenthesis. So in this one we'll add the message in p tag. So the message is no images available, right? And for this text, let's add the classes. So we have added these tailwind classes. Now let's come to this div where we have to display all the images, right? And to arrange all images, we will use the flex classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these flexbox classes. After that, let's add curly braces images dot map. Because it is an array, we can use the map method, and here we'll add the arrow function. And in this function parameter, we'll get individual item and index number, and after that here we will add the parenthesis, and it will return one anchor tag, that is a tag, so that we can click on the image. Now within this A tag, we have to add our img tag. And in this image src, let's use the item dot image URL, right? And then we have to add some classes here. So let me add the class name property and provide these classes. After that, here we'll add the classes in the A tag. So in this anchor tag, let's add the class name property and provide these classes. Next, here we'll add the target property and it will be underscore blank. So it will open that image in new tab. After that, here we have to add the key property. So let's add the key property. It will be index. And then we have to add the URL in this href. So in this href, simply add curly braces and provide the item dot image URL, right? After adding it, we have to display the name of the user who has created this image, right? So just add the p tag, and in this one, we'll add the text called created by. And after that, we have to display the user's name. So just add the item dot username property. Now for this text, we have to add some classes, right? So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Now let's save the changes and we'll open our community page. So let's click on this community images from the left sidebar. So you can see this is the community images page, and here we have all the images, right? And here you can see this hover effect, and we have the user's name when we hover on any image. So this is the user's name who has created this image using AI. So we have completed our community page also. Now we will create our credits page. So let me open this credits. You can see the URL /credits, and here we have the text, right? So let's create this page. So we will come back here and let's open the sidebar and open credits.jsx file. Now in this one also we have to create the state to store the plan details. So here let's add const plans, and the setter function name is setPlans equal to useState, and initialize it using empty array. And after that, here we'll add the loading state. So just add const loading, and the setter function name is setLoading equal to useState, and by default it will be true. So initialize it using true. Now here we'll create the function to fetch the plans, right? So let's add const fetch plans equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in this function we will use the setter function setPlans, and here we will provide the plans that is available in our asset. So just add dummy plans. So dummy plans has been imported from our assets, right? After that, let's add the setter function setLoading, and we will make it false. So when we have the plans data, we will make it false, right? And after that, here we'll add the use effect that will call this fetch plans function. And here let's add the dependency array, that is the empty array, and simply call fetch plans. Now here we'll add the if statement also, if loading. It means when the loading is true, in that case simply add return and provide this page loading. So the loading has been imported here. After that, come here in this div. When the loading is false, it will display this div. So here let's add the classes in this div, and in this class name property we will provide these tailwind classes. And after that, we have to add the title. So let's add title in h2 tag. So the title is credit plans. Now for this title also we have to add some classes. So just add the class name property here and provide these classes for this title. Now after adding it, save the changes and come here. So you can see here we have the text credit plans. Now we have to display different plan data, right? So just come back, and after this title, let's add a div. And in this div, we have to add the flex classes to align all three columns, right? Now here we'll add the curly braces and provide this plans array dot map. and in this one we'll add the arrow function and it will return a div. Now in this function parameter we'll get the individual plan like this, and after that in this div first we have to add the key. So the key will be plan dot underscore id. After that in this div we'll add the class name, and here let me add curly braces and provide the backticks and provide these classes. Now after that we have to check the plan name, right? So just add $sign curly braces to insert the template literal. So we'll add the plan dot underscore id equal to pro. So when the plan is pro, so in that case we will change the background color. So just add question mark and provide this single quote, then we'll add colon and provide this quote. Here we have added double quote. You can add the single quote or double quote. Now here let's add the different background colors. So we'll add background purple 50, and for the dark theme we will add background purple 900. Now here we'll add different color when we are in the other plans except pro. So here we'll add background white, and in the dark mode background transparent, right? Now here in this div let's add another div, and here we'll add flex. So just add flex 1. Next we have to add the plan name. So just add the plan name in S3 tag and provide curly braces plan dot name. Next we'll add the classes for this plan name. So we'll add the class name property and provide this classes. After that we have to add the text in p tag, and in this one we'll add the dollar symbol for the currency symbol, right? And after that we'll add curly braces this plan dot price, and after this price we have to add the span tag, and in this span tag we'll add one space. So let's add curly braces empty string with one space, and after that we'll add slash, and here we'll add curly braces provide the plan dot credits, and after that here we'll add the credits. Next we have to add the classes for this p tag. So we'll add the class name property here and provide these classes, right? Now after adding it, save the changes and come here. So you can see here we have the plan name, basic, pro and premium, and here we have the credits $10 for 100 credits, $20 for 500 credits, and $30 for 1000 credits. And you can see the background color is different in the second one. If I switch to dark mode, you can see the background color is different in the second one, that is pro plan, and other one is transparent. Come to the light mode, and also it is looking good. Now let's add the features included in these plans. So we'll come back here, and after that let's add some classes in the span tag also. So in this span tag we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Now you can see the perfect size for these price. It looks good. Now just come back, and after this p tag here we have to display the plan feature. So just add the ul tag, and in this ul tag we'll add curly braces provide the plan dot features property. It will be an array, so here we'll add dot map, and in this one just add the arrow function, and here let's add this parenthesis and it will return a li tag. Now in this one we'll get the individual feature and index number. So just add it here in this parameter, and after that in this li tag first we have to add the key property. It will be index, and after that here we'll add curly braces and provide this feature. That's it. Now let's add the classes in this ul tag. So in this ul tag we'll add the class name property and provide these classes that will align all the list items and decorate it. Now save the changes and come here. So you can see we have the features list for these plans. After that we have to add the button also. So just come back, and After closing of this div, here we'll add the button, and in this button we'll add the text called buy now. Now in this button we'll add some classes also, so let's add the tailwind classes like this. Now save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have this buy now button. Let's check this web page in dark mode. So you can see it is looking good in the dark mode also. So we have created our credit plans page. Next we'll create our login page. For that, let me just come back and open our login.jsx file. And here we have to create our login page, correct? But we will not create this page, we will take it from the pre-built UI, that is the UI library for Tailwind CSS component. So just open the web browser and search for prebuiltui.com. Open this link, prebuiltui.com, and just go to this components, and here you will find different components, and here we have the search option also. You can search for the specific components that you want, and let me open any one. So in this one you can see we have this left sidebar where you can search different components. You can see we have the banner, buttons, card. So here in this one, let's search for the form. Here we have the form. So here we have different type of forms, like you can see we have the form for contact page, we have the forgot password form, OTP submission form, right? And in this left side you will find this login form. Let's open this login form. So in this one you will find the login and registration forms. So here we have this user login form. We are going to use this in our web page. So here you can see this option view, and then we have the option called code. Just click here and here you will get the complete code, right? So let me just copy this state from here. Simply copy this and paste it in our login.jsx file before this return statement, right? And after that just come back and we'll copy this form tag. Let's just copy and paste it here instead of this div. Remove this div and paste the form tag that we have just copied like this. Now in this one, let me update this. Here we have react.useState. So let me remove this react from everywhere and just import this useState. So just add useState, click here, and the useState has been imported. So here we have the state, name, email and password, right? And after that here we'll create a function also. So just add const handle submit equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in this function parameter we'll get the event, and here let's call event.prevent default, right? Next we have to call this function when we submit this form. So in this form tag we'll add on submit property and call this handle submit like this. Next we have to update the CSS in this form, right? We have to add our own colors. So here you can see we have the background white, it will be there. Then we have the text np tag, and in this one you can see we have this indigo 500. So let me update it. I'll write purple 700. After that here we have the register, and then we have the text np tag, and after that here you can see we have this outline color, right? Outline indigo 500. So update this one also, outline purple 700. Now let's see the input field here. In this one also we'll update the color. Now let's see the next input field. Here also we will update this color. After that let's scroll down, and here we have the text color. So just update this text color here and in this one also. After that just come to this button tag, and in this button tag we have to update the color. So just add bg purple 700, and after that here we'll add bg purple 800 when we hover on this button. So here we have updated the color in the button also. Now in this button we have to add the type. So the type will be submit. So that when we click on this button, it will submit this form and call this function handle submit. After that, we have to mount this login component or login page. So let's open our app. Here we have app.jsx, and in this one, here we will get the user. So just add const curly braces user, and let's get this user from the use app context. In the context file, we have already created the user state. So we will get it here, and after that here we will check for the user. So you can see in this return statement we have this div, right? So let's add this div whenever the user is logged in. So here we'll add curly braces user question mark. We are using the ternary operator. When the user is available, in that case just add this parenthesis, and if the user is not available, we'll add this parenthesis, right? Now in this first one we have to move our div. So just cut this div from here and paste it in this first parenthesis, and after that in this second one let's add a div, and in this div we will mount our login page. So just click here, the login page has been imported, and close this tag. Now here we'll add the classes in this div. So just add the class name property, and here let's add these Tailwind classes. Now we'll save the changes, and if I open the web page, still we will not see that login form. You can see the login form is not displayed yet. If I come to light mode, you can see it is displaying this page instead of login, right? So to display the web page, we have to remove the user first. So just come back, and here in our context file, you can see in this app context we have added the dummy user data, right? So when the user data is available, it will display our ChatBox sidebar, right? And when the user is not available, then it will display the login form. So let me remove it from here. Now save the changes after removing the dummy user, and let's open our web page. So here you can see we have only login form, right? And if I click here, it will display this sign up form. So here we can enter the name, email and password for creating an account, and just click here. So here we can enter the email and password to log in with existing account. So when the user is not logged in, it will display this form. And suppose we add the dummy user here from the assets, right? After getting the user data, it will display our pages like ChatBox, community, credits, and it will display the sidebar also, right? Now in this sidebar, you can see we have this logout icon, right? So we have created the front end of our AI chatbot. So you can see what we have created here. We have created this sidebar to display the recent chats. Then we have added the buttons to go to different pages like community, where it will display the public images created by users. Then we have the purchase credit page. Then we have the option to view the website in light mode or dark mode. And here we have the user button. And when we click on this recent chat, it will display the chat data. You can see here we have multiple chats. And when we open this web page, it will display this screen when we don't have any chat history, right? And here we can create a new chat, and we can enter our prompt here in this input box and submit the prompt. And we can also change the type. We can choose the image. So we can generate the images using AI. So we have created our front end. Now we'll create the backend of our AI chatbot. To create the backend server, we will come back to the VS Code. And here, let's close all these files. So right click and select close saved. So it will close all the files. Now in this sidebar, we have this client folder. Now here we will create another folder for our backend, right? So we will create the folder here in this main file, that is quick GPT. So in this one, let's create a new folder and write the folder name server. So in this server folder, we will create our backend. Now right click on this server folder and choose open in integrated terminal. So it will open a new terminal. Right now you can see in the terminal we are in the server directory, and from here we can switch the terminal. In the right side you can see we have two terminals. Let's click here. So it will display this terminal where the front end is running, right? And we can switch to this one where we are in the server directory. So we have two terminals now. Now in this server folder, we will create our main file for our backend. So here we'll create a new file and write the file name server.js. So this is the main file for our backend server. After that, let's come here in this terminal and let's add npm init-y. So it will initialize Node Package Manager. Just press enter. After that, you can see it will create one file package.json in this server directory. Now in this project, we have to use some packages to create our backend, and we are going to create this backend using Express. So here, let's add all the packages. So in this terminal, let's add npm install and write Express. After that, here we have to add the CORS package. So just add CORS. Using this, we can allow this backend to connect with any front-end URL. After that, we'll add the .env package. Using this, we can use the environment variables in our project. After that, we'll add the Mongoose package. So just add Mongoose. Using this, we can connect our project with MongoDB database. Next, we'll add JSON Web Token. We will use it to create one authentication token for our user login and registration. After that, we'll add Decrypt.js package. Using this package, we will encrypt the password that user will save in their profile. So we will encrypt the password, then only we will store it in our database using this Decrypt.js. So here we have added npm install express, CORS.env, Mongoose, JSON Web Token, and Decrypt.js. Now press enter. So it will install all these packages. It has been installed. Now let me clear this terminal. And after that, here we will add one more package, and we will add this package in development environment only. For that, let's add npm install --save -dev. And then we'll add the package name, that is nodemon. So this nodemon package will be used for the development environment only. Now press enter. So this nodemon package has been installed. Now let me hide this terminal and we will open this package.json file. And in this one, you can see we have all the dependencies like Decrypt, CORS.env, Express, JSON Web Token, and Mongoose. And we have the dev dependencies. In this one, we have this nodemon. Right? Now, here you can see the scripts. In this scripts, we have the start that will start our application using this node server.js. But what happens here, whenever we will make any changes in the code, then we have to restart the backend server, then only it will reflect the changes. For that only we have added this nodemon package. This nodemon package will automatically restart our backend server whenever we will make any changes in the code. So here, let me remove this test script, and in this double quote, we'll add our script name. So the script name is server. We have added server here, and here we have to add the nodemon server.js. Let me add nodemon server.js. So when we will use this command server, it will start the project using node-mon-server.js that will automatically restart the project when we will make any changes in the code. After that, in this one, you can see we don't have the type property. So if the type property is not available, let's add double quote type, and here we'll add the type module. By default, the type is common.js. So if the type is already available for you, then change it to module. So here we'll add type module, save the changes. Using this, we can use the import statements in our project. Now after that, let's come here in our main file, that is server.js, and here we'll create a basic Express application. For that, first we have to import the Express from Express package. Then we will import .env/config so that we can use the environment variables. After that, we will import cors from cors, right? Next, we have to create one instance of this Express. So let's add const app equal to Express. So we have created one app. After that, here we have to add the middlewares, that will be this cors. So let's add the comment here. We'll add the comment middleware, and here simply add app.use and provide this cors. Just call this one, and after that we'll add the app.use, and here we'll provide express.json. So all the requests will be passed using the JSON method for this backend server. After that, we have to create our first route for this backend. So let's add the comment here, that is routes, and here just add app.get, and in this one we have to provide the path. It will be /. This is the home route. Then we have to add one arrow function here, and this function will return the response, and in this function parameter we will get the request and response like this. Now in this response we have to send, so just add response.send, and we will send one message. So the message is server is live. So when we will hit this route from web browser or any API testing tool, we will see this message server is live. Now after creating this route, we have to add a port number where we will start our backend server. So just add const port equal to process.env.port. So if the port is available in the environment variable, that will be used, else we will add the port number 3000. Now we can start our Express app on this port number. So for that we have to add app.listen method, and in this one we have to add two things, that is the port number and a function. So just add this port number, and after that we'll add this function, and here in this function simply add the message. So just add console log, and let's add the message. So the message is server is running on port. Here we have added the backticks so that we can add the variables here using template literal. So we'll add $ curly braces and provide the port. So it will display the message like server is running on port 3000 when we start our application, right? Now after adding it, save the changes, and let's start our basic Express app. So again open the terminal, and in this terminal you can see we are in the server directory. So here we can simply write npm run server, because we have added the server script. So we have added npm run server and press enter. So you can see this message here, server is running on port 3000, correct? And after that we can verify whether the server is running or not. So for that, let's come back here on the web browser, and we will open localhost 3000, press enter. So here you can see this message, server is live. So we have successfully created a basic Express app. Now in our backend application, we will create multiple features, and to arrange our code, we will create different folders in this project. So here in this server folder, let's create another folder called configs. In this one, we will store the configuration files. Next, we will create another folder in this server and write the folder name controllers. So in this one, we will create different controllers files where we will add the controller function that will be executed when we hit any route. After that, let's create another folder here and write the folder name Middlewares. So in this one, we will store the middleware file that will be executed before executing the controller function for some routes. After that, we'll create another folder and write the folder name models. In this one, we will create the models to store the data in MongoDB database. After that, we will create another folder and write the folder name routes, where we will create different routes. And here we will create one environment variable file. So just create a new file and write the file name .env. So in this one, we can store the environment variables. Now we will connect our project with MongoDB database. For that, we have to open the web browser and search for MongoDB Atlas. Let's open this website, MongoDB Atlas database, and here you need to create an account. So I'll just click on this sign in button, and you can click on this sign up button to create a new account, and I already have an account, so I'll log in with my Google account. After sign up, it will ask you some onboarding questions. Then you will see this screen, and here you need to provide the project name. So I'll write quick GPT, and then click on this next button. Then click on create project. After that, you will see this screen create a cluster. So just click on this button called create cluster, and after that you need to choose this free plan. Just click on this free plan, and then here you can choose the different cloud provider. So I'll choose Google Cloud, and from this drop down you can choose the nearest region, and then click on create deployment button. After that, it is asking you to create a user for this database. So here we will add the username. So let's add the username GreatStack. You can write your own username, and here you need to add a password. You can use the auto-generated password also, right? And you can write your custom password also. So I'm going to write GreatStack 123. Never use the @ symbol in this password, else you will get the error. So use any simple password, and then click on this create database user button. So the database user has been created. After that, here we have the button choose a connection method. Just click here and then choose this drivers, and here we have the drop down. So in this one we will choose this mongoose, and then you can see the steps. First, we have to add npm install mongoose. So we have already installed the mongoose package. Then you can see here we have the connection string, right? So you need to copy this string. You can see this string is too long till here, but we will copy from beginning and till here, mongodb.net. Don't copy this /. So copy till here only, mongodb connection string. And then let's come back here in our environment variable, and in this one we have to create one environment variable. So write the name MongoDB URI, and in this one we will store this connection string. So we have added the connection string here. You can see the string. It starts with MongoDB plus srv. Then we have this username and password, and after that we have this cluster 0 and some ID, and it will end with mongodb.net. That's it. So after adding it, again come back here and click on this done button, and next we have to add the IP address. So let's open this network access from this left sidebar, and here you will find your current IP address. So just click on this delete button to delete this current IP address, and click on add IP address and click on allow access from anywhere. So it will add this 00 IP address, and click on confirm. After adding it, you can connect with your database from any IP address. So make sure to add this 00 IP address and just wait for this status to be active. Right now you can see the status is pending, so it will take few seconds to make the status active. Now you can see the status is active. After that, we will come back here and we will open this sidebar, and here you can see we have the configs folder. So in this one we'll create a new file, that is db.js for the database, and in this one we have to import the mongoose package. So just add import mongoose from mongoose. Then we have to create one asynchronous function. So just add const connect db equal to async arrow function, and in this one we will add the try catch statement. Now in this try block we will add await, and let's use this mongoose, and here we'll use the dot connect method, and in this one we have to provide our connection string. So just add the backticks so that we can insert the variables. Then we'll add $ curly braces and provide process dot env dot and the environment variable name, that is mongodb URI. Just copy and paste it here. After that, here we will add / and provide the project name. You can write anything in this project name. So I'll write quick GPT. So it will create a database in our cluster with this name. Now here we'll add one event also, so that when we will be connected, then we will see the message. So just add mongoose dot connection dot on, and here we'll add the event name connected, and after that here we'll add the function. So just add the arrow function here, and in this one we will display the message. So just add console.log and provide the message here. So the message is database connected. So after connecting with database, we will see the message in the terminal. Now here in this catch block, just add the console log. So let me just copy this one, paste it here, and here we'll add this error dot message property. So we have created this connect db function that will connect with MongoDB database. So we have to export this function from here. So just add export default and provide this connect db function. Right now we can use this function in any other file. So we'll open our server.js, that is the main file, and here we have to call this function. So after initializing this app, here we'll add await connect db. Just click here on this suggestion. So this connect db has been imported from configs folder db file. So write the complete file name here with extension. So just add db.js. That's it. And now we have to call this connect db. So just add this parenthesis to call this one. Now save the changes, and after that if I open the terminal, so in this terminal you can see we have this message database connected, and after that server is running on port 3000, right? So if you see this message, it means your project is connected with MongoDB database. Now let me hide this terminal, and we have to create the user authentication APIs. And to authenticate the users, we will store the user data in database, and to store any data in MongoDB database, we have to create the model. So first we'll create the models. So just open this sidebar, and in this models folder we will create the file called user.js. So just add this user.js file, and in this one let's add import mongoose from mongoose package, and using this mongoose we have to create the schema. So just add const user schema equal to new mongoose.schema constructor. In this schema we will define all the properties that will be saved in the database. So let's add the name first. So just add the name, and here we'll define the type. So just add type a string, and after that we'll add comma and provide required true. So this name is required to create any user account. After that we'll add the comma here and duplicate this line. In this one we'll add the email. So just add the email property. Type will be a string, required true, and here we'll add one more property, that is unique. So the email should be unique to create a new account. So we have added unique true. After that here we'll add one more copy of this line, and here we'll add the property name password. So we need the password also, and the type will be a string, required true, and remove this unique property from this password. After that let me duplicate it, and here we'll add the credits, and in this credits we'll add the type. So the type will be number, and here we'll add the default value. So just add the default property here, and the default value will be 20. So by default we'll add the 20 credits for each new user. So whenever we have to create a new user, we will pass the name, email, and password, and this credits will be added by default, right? Now using this schema we can create the model. So here we'll add const user equal to mongoose.model and provide the model name user, and after that we have to provide the schema. So just add the user schema, right? Next we can export this user from this file so that we can use it in any other file. So just add export default and user. So we have created the user model to store the user data in MongoDB database. But whenever we will store the user data in the database, we will not store the original password. We will encrypt the password. So here let me add the comment, that is hash password before saving, and for that just use this user schema dot pre, and in this one we'll add the save, and after that we'll add one asynchronous function. So just add async function, and after that here we'll add the next in this parameter, correct? And after that here let's add the if statement, and in this one we'll add not of this dot is modified and provide the property name password. So in that case let's add return and simply call the next function. After that here let's add const salt. To encrypt the password, first we have to create a salt. So just add salt equal to await, and here we are going to use the bcrypt package that we have already installed. So here let's add import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. We have added this bcrypt.js package, right? Now here we'll add await bcrypt.gen_salt, generate salt, and provide the number 10. After that just add this dot password equal to await bcrypt dot hash. We have to hash this password, and for that we will provide the password here using this dot password. Then we'll add the comma and provide the salt. That's it. So here we'll get the hashed password and it will be saved in the database. That's it. And after that, we have to call the next method. So just add the next and call it like this. Now let's save the changes. So we have created the model. Using that, we can store the user data in the database. Next, we have to create the function that will create the user data, right? So here in this controllers folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name user controller.js. So we have created this user controller.js file, and in this one, let me add the comment. So we'll add the comment API to register user. So first we'll create the function for user registration, and here just add export const and write the function name register user equal to async and create the arrow function. And in this function parameter, we'll get the request and response like this. And after that, here we will get the data from the request. So we need the email ID, name and password, right? So just add const name, email, password. We will destructure this data from the request.body. So on this API, we have to pass this name, email and password for creating an account. After that, we'll add the try catch statement here. And in this try block, let's add const user exists. So first we'll check whether this user exists or not. So just add user exists equal to await, and we will use the user model. So just add the user and click here to import the user model. You can see the user model has been imported. Here we'll add the file name extension .js. Now it is correct. And after that, here we'll add the method find one and provide this email. So it will find the user, and suppose the user is available. In that case, we will not create any new account. So here we'll add the if statement and write if user exists. So in that case, we will stop this function execution. So just add return. And here we'll send the response also. So just add response.json. And in this one, we'll add the object where we'll add this success property false because the account is not created. So success false. And then we have to add the message that is user already exists. Now suppose the user does not exist. So in that case, we'll add const user equal to await and use the user model dot create method. And in this one, we have to provide the data. So just add the name, then we'll add the email and we'll add the password. So we will provide these data. So it will be stored in the database, right? And after getting the data in the database, we have to generate the token, and this token will be sent in the response so that user can log in using this authentication token. And to generate the token, we are going to use the JSON web token package, right? So first we have to create one secret key to generate our token, and we will generate it in the environment variable. So in this environment variable file, let's add jwt underscore secret equal to and write any message here. You can write your own secret text. So let me add JS has secret like this. Now we will come back here in the user controller and we will generate the token using a separate function. So here we are going to create a function to generate the token. So let me write the comment here, generate JWT JSON web token, and we'll add const generate token equal to and create the arrow function. And here we have to provide the ID. So we'll add the ID here in the parameter, and using this ID we will generate the token. So let's add return JWT So we have to import the JWT. So here at the top we'll add import JWT from JSON web token, and now we can use JWT.sign method and provide the curly braces ID, and after that we'll add the comma, and here we have to provide our secret key. So let's add process.env dot environment variable name, that is JWT underscore secret. After that, here we'll add the expiry time for this token. So we'll add comma, one object, and here in this object we'll add expires in, and here we'll add 30D. It means 30 days. So this token will be expired after 30 days. So here we have created a function. Using that we can generate a token after providing the ID, right? So here, after saving the data in the database, let's add this const token equal to generate token function, and in this one we will provide the user dot underscore ID. This underscore ID property will be auto generated by MongoDB. So we have provided the ID and it will return the token. After that, we can send this token in the response. So let's add response.json, and here we'll add the object where we'll add success true because the account has been created. Next, we will add the token also in this response. So we will send this token that will be used on the front end for user authentication. Now suppose we get any error in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So in this one, just add return, and we'll add response.json, and here simply add one object, and we'll add success false, and then we'll add the message property. So in this message property we will add error.message. So we have created this controller function for user registration, right? After that we'll add the controller function for user login. So let me add the comment here, API to login user, right? And after that we have to create one function. So let me just copy this one, paste it here, and here we'll add the name login user and create the arrow function with request and response in the parameter. Now here we'll get the data from the body. So let me just copy this, paste it here, and for the login we only need the email and password. We don't need the name. So here we'll get the email and password from the request.body, and after that we'll add the try catch statement. Now in this catch block, let me just copy the same statement from here, just copy and paste it here. Return response.json success false, the message is error.message, right? Now let's come to this try block, and in this try block we have to find the user using this email ID. So again just copy this line, paste it here. So here we will get the user, so just add the user here, const user equal to await user model dot find one, and provide the email. Now we'll add the if statement and provide user. It means we have the user, so in that case we will check the password. So just add const is match and equal to await, and let's use the bcrypt package. So just add the bcrypt. Bcrypt is not imported here, so let me import it. We'll add import bcrypt from bcrypt.js, and after that here we'll add await bcrypt dot compare, and in this one let me add the password that we are getting from the request body, and then we'll add the comma and provide the password that is stored in the database. So just add the user dot password. So if the password is matching, this is match will be true, right? So in that case the user can log in, correct? So here again we'll add the if statement, and let's write is match. If it is true, in that case, we will generate the token for login. So just add const token equal to generate token and provide the user dot underscore id. And after that, just add return, and in this one we'll add the response. So just copy and paste it here. We'll add response.json and success will be true because the user is already logged in, and here we'll return the token, right? After that, here suppose the user does not exist, so we could not find any user. So here after this if statement, let's add return and provide response.json, and in this one we'll add the object where we'll add success false, and with that we'll add the message property, and in this message property let me write invalid email or password. That's it. After that we'll create one more API, so let me add the comment here, API to get user data, and here we have to create the function. So let me just copy and paste it here, and let's add the function name. So we'll add the function name get user, and in this one simply add the try catch block, and in this try block we'll add const user equal to request dot user, and after that here we will add return and response dot json and provide success, so it will be true, and then we'll add this user. So we will return this user in the response because this is for the getting the user data, right? And after that in this catch block, let me just copy and paste this statement, return response.json success false, and the message is error.message. Now you can see here we have added request.user, but in this request we don't have the user property. So this user property will be added using the middleware. That middleware will be executed before executing this controller function, right? And that middleware will fetch the user data using the token. So here we have to create one middleware. So let's open this sidebar. Here we have the middlewares folder. So in this one we'll create a file and write the file name auth.js that will be used for user authentication, right? And in this one let's add export const, and the function name is protect, that will protect our route. Only authenticated user can use this route or access this route. So here we'll add the asynchronous arrow function, and in this function parameter we will get the request, response and the next function like this. And after that here let me add the variable using let keyword. So just add let token equal to request dot headers. So in the request we have to add the headers property, and in the headers property we will add the authorization, and this authorization will contain the token, right? And after that we'll add the try catch statement. Now in this try block we'll add const decoded, so we have to decode this token. So just add decoded equal to JWT because we have created the token using JSON web token. So let me add import JWT from JSON web token, and here just add JWT dot verify and provide the token here, and then we'll add our secret key. So just add process dot env dot and the environment variable name JWT underscore secret, because we have used the same secret key to create our token. So again we are using the same token to decode the token, and from this token we can get the user ID. So here let's add const user ID equal to decoded.id property, right? And after that, using this ID, we will find the user from the user model. So just add const user equal to await and provide the user model. Just click here to import the user model. So user model has been imported, right? Here we'll add the file name extension .js. And in this user model, we'll add .find1 or we'll add the findY ID and provide this user ID. So here we'll get this user. Now we'll add this user in our request. But before that, we'll check this. So here we'll add the if not of user. So if we don't find any user with this ID, so in that case, we'll add return and then we'll add response.json where we'll add success false. With that, we'll add the message not authorized, user not found, right? And suppose this user is available. So in that case, just add this request, and in this request, we'll add the user property and it will be user. So it will add this user data in this request.user property. And after that, we'll call this next function, right? Now in this catch block, we'll add response.status. And in this one, let me add 401. And then we'll add .json, and here we'll add the object where we'll add one message. So the message is not authorized, token failed. Save the changes. So we'll add this middleware before that route to get the user data. So it will protect the route, only authenticated user can access that route, correct? Now after that, we'll create the different API endpoint using our controller function. For that, we'll come here in the routes folder. So you can see we have the routes folder, and in this one, we'll create a file called user routes.js. In this one, let's add import, and we will import Express from the Express package. And after that, here just add const user router equal to express dot router. So using this router, we have created one user router. So in this router, we'll create different endpoints. So just add the user router dot post method. Here we are using the post method because we have to send the data here. So just add the path, that is register. Using that, we can create a new account. So here we'll add controller function register user. Just click here. So you can see the register user controller function has been imported. Here we'll add the file name extension .js. After that, just duplicate this line, and in this one we'll add the path. So the path will be login, and here we'll add the function login user. Click here to import it. Login user has been imported. After that, just duplicate it, and here we'll change the method. It will be get. You can see we are using .get because here we will not send any data. We will just send the token in the headers. So here we'll add the path data, right? And after that, here we have to add the get user controller function. So get user controller function has been imported. After that, we have to protect this route. So here we'll add our middleware. So just add protect. Just click here. So this protect function has been imported from the middleware folder auth.js file, correct? And here we have to add the comma. So we have created 3 routes for registration, login, and getting the user data. Next, we have to export this user router from this file. So just add export default and this user router, right? Next, we have to add this user router in our main file, that is server.js. So let's open server.js, and here we have the routes. So after this home route, let's add app.use and provide the path /API/user, and then we'll add the comma and provide the user router. Just click here. So you can see the user router has been imported from the routes folder user routes.js file. correct? So we have created our APIs for user login, user registration, and getting the user data, and the complete path will be /API/user and then /register, then /API/user/login, then /API/user/data. So we have created 3 APIs. Now we can test these APIs, and for testing this API we will use Postman application. So just download this Postman app from their official website, and here just click on this plus icon to create a new request, and here we'll add our backend URL. So we'll add HTTP localhost port 3000. Then we'll add /API/user/register like this. So you can see the path, that is the API link http://localhost:3000/API/user/register, and from this drop down we will choose post method, right? And in this API we have to send some data, so we will come to this body, and here let's come in this raw, and then let's choose this JSON, and here let's add one object, and here we'll add the property name. So first we'll add the name, and after that we'll add the comma, and in this double quote we'll add the name GreatStack. Then we'll add the comma and provide the second property email. So here we'll add one dummy email ID. So we'll add the dummy email ID like test@gmail.com. Then we'll add the comma, and here we have to add the password property, and here just add colon and provide any password. So I'll write this password 123456. Now if I open our controller file, you can see here we have created this controller function for user registration, and in this one you can see we have the name, email, password. So we need the name, email, password for creating an account, right? And if I come here, then click on this send button, you can see here we have received the response success true, and with that we have received the token also, right? So it means the account has been created and the user data has been saved in the MongoDB database. And to verify this, let me just come back to the web browser, and let's open this MongoDB database and then go to this clusters, and in this clusters click on browse collections, and then you can see the database name quick GPT, and here we have the users collection, and here you can see we have a new user where you can see _ID property that is auto generated by MongoDB. Then we have the name GreatStack, then we have the dummy email ID, and here we have the encrypted password, and you can see we have the default credits 20. So whenever a new account will be created, 20 credits will be added by default, right? So the account creation is working fine. Now let me just come back and test our next API. So we'll just copy this URL and click on this plus icon, and here we will paste this URL and write the API endpoint /API/user/login for user login. And after that, here let me use the method post, and again we'll come to this body and then go to raw, and we'll choose this JSON, and here again add this object, and in this object we have to pass two data only, that is email and password. So let me write email, write it in double quote, email colon, and here let me add the incorrect email ID. I'll write example.com or example test@example.com, one incorrect email ID, and then we'll add the password. So we will write the password property, and here let me add the password 123. Then let me just click on this send button. So now you can see the response success false and the message is invalid email or password, right? Because we have the incorrect email ID here, right? Now let me change the email. I'll write the correct email that is stored here. So I'll just copy this email ID and paste it here. Then click on this send button. Again, we are getting the same message, invalid email or password, because the password is incorrect. So let me add the correct password. I'll write 123456. Then click on send button. Now you can see success true and we have the token. It means the login feature is also working fine. So we have tested the user login and user registration, right? Now let me test the next API, that is for getting the user data. So here just copy this URL and click on this plus icon and simply paste this URL, and here we'll add /API/user/data, right? And here we will choose the get method only, correct? And in this one, if I simply click on this send button, we will get the message not authorized, token failed, right? Because we have to provide the token in the headers. So just come here in the headers, and in this headers we have to add the authorization property, right? And in this value we have to provide the token. So just come to previous request and copy this token and paste it here in this value. So when we will provide the token in this authorization property inside the headers and click on this send button. So now you can see here it is returning success true, and with that we have the user property where we have the user data. So this getting user data API is also working fine. So we have tested our APIs for user login, registration and user data. Now we will create the feature to create a new chat, and in that chat we can send the prompt to generate the content. So let's come here in this models folder, and here we'll create a new model for the chat. So create a new file and write the file name chat.js. Now in this file we have to create the schema first. So we'll add import mongoose from mongoose package. After that, using this mongoose package, we'll create one schema. So just add const chat schema equal to new mongoose dot schema constructor. In this one we'll add the object where we'll define all the properties that will be saved in this chat data. So here we have to add the user ID. So let's add the user ID, and after that for this user ID property we have to define the type. So the type will be a string. After that we will add the reference. So here we'll add the reference of our user model. After that, here we'll add the required property, so it will be true. It means this user ID is required to create a new chat. After that, we'll add the comma here, and let's duplicate this line. Here we have to store the username. So we'll add the username property, then we'll add the string type, and after that remove this reference and simply write required true. After that, let me add the name property. So just duplicate it, and here we'll add the name. So it will be the chat name, not the username. So here we'll add the name for the chat, and then we have the type string required true. After that, in this chat we will add the messages. So to add the messages, here we'll add the messages property, and it will be one array. And in this array we will store the data in objects. In this object we will add the first property, that is image, or we'll add is image. And for this property, let me add the type and required true. So the type is boolean. So is image property can be true or false, and the property is required. It means this property is required to create this chat data. Now let's add the comma here, and after that we'll add is published property. So in this is published we will add type boolean, and here we'll add the default value. So the default value is false. It means when we generate the image, then we'll add the isPublished property and make it false, and when we make it true, this image will be public so that anyone can see it in the community page. Now let's add next property, that is role. So this role could be user or the AI. So here we have added type a string required true. After that we have to add the content. So this will be the AI generated response. So type is a string and required true. After that we have to add the timestamps. So in this timestamps, let's add type number required true. After that, here we'll add the timestamp. After this, curly braces. So just add comma curly braces. And in this one, we'll add the timestamps and make it true. So it will automatically store the timestamp when this chat was created. After that, using this schema, we'll create a model. So here we have to add const chat equal to mongoose.model, and in this one we'll add the model name called chat, and after that we have to add the schema. So we'll add this chat schema, correct? After that, here we'll add export default, and we will export this chat model from this file so that we can use it in any other file. So after creating this chat model, we can store the data in the database. Next, we have to create the chat controller. So in this controllers folder, let's create a new file and write the file name chatcontroller.js. In this one, let's create a controller function. So here we'll add the comment first. So the comment is API controller for creating a new chat, and we'll add the function here. So write export const, and the function name is create chat. After that, we'll add the asynchronous arrow function here, and in this function parameter we will get the request and response. After that, here we'll add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we have to get the user ID. So we'll add const user ID, and we will get this user ID using the middleware. We have already created the middleware, right? So here just add the request.user property. So this user property will be added using the middleware, and from this user property we will find the ID. So just add ._ID. After that, here we have the user ID. Then we can create the chat data to store in the database. So we'll add const chat data equal to object, and in this one just add this user ID. After that, we'll add the messages, and in this messages property we will store empty array. So we will add the name property, and in this name property let's add new chat. After that, here we have to add the username also. So we will add the username property. So here we'll get the user's name using this request.user.name. So here we have added these data that we will store in the database for the new chat. After that, let's add await chat model. Just click here to import the chat model. You can see it has been imported. Here we have to add .js. Save the changes, and after that, here we'll add await chat.create method and provide this data, that is chat data. So it will store this data in the MongoDB database, and after that we can send the response. So we will add response.json, and in this one let's add one object. So here we'll add the object, and in this object we'll add success true, and with that we'll add the message also. So the message is chat created. Now suppose we get any error in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So in this catch block we'll add response.json, success false, and the error is error.message. So here we have created the create new chat function. So the function name is create chat, right? After that, we have to create the function to get the chats that we can display in the left sidebar. To create the another controller function, here we'll add the comment first. So let me add the comment API controller for getting all chats. And here we have to create a function. So I'll just copy this function and paste it here. Now let's update the function name. So the function name is get chats. And after that, let me clear this data from here in this try block. And here, first we will get the user ID from request.user property. Then we have to find the chat for this user ID. So we'll add the const chats equal to and use the chat model. So just add await chat dot find method. And in this find method, we have to add object and provide the user ID. So it will find the chats for this user ID. And after that, we have to sort this data. So just add sort. And in this one, let's add the object and provide updated at -1. Next, we can send the response. We have to send this chats in the response. So here we have added response.json, success true, and after that provide our chats like this. And here in this catch block, we have added response.json, success false, and the message is error.message. I'll just correct this one. So instead of this error, let me update it. We'll add message. It will be error.message, and in the previous one also we'll add message. It will be error.message in the catch block. Save the changes. So here we have created the controller function. Using that, we can get all the chats of the particular user. Next, we'll add one more controller function. Using that, we can delete the selected chat. For that, first we'll add the comment here, and after that just copy this function, paste it here. And now just update the function name. So the function name is delete chat. Now in this one, we need the user ID first, and after that we need the chat ID. So we will get the user ID from request.user property, and then we have to get the chat ID from the body. So here, let me just remove this one and provide const curly braces chat ID. And we will destructure this chat ID from request.body. That's it. And after that, we have to find this chat and delete it. So just add await chat model dot delete one. And in this one, let's add the object and provide underscore ID. And here, let's add the chat ID. Then we'll add the comma user ID. After deleting this chat, we will send the response. So in this response, we have added success true, and then we'll add the message, and in the message just add chat deleted. So here we have created 3 controller function for creating a new chat, then get chats, and then delete chat. After that, using these controller function, we'll create the API endpoint. For that, we have to create the routes. So just open the sidebar, and here we have the routes folder. In this one, create a new file and write the file name chatroutes.js. And here we have to create the router. For that, we will use the Express package. So just add import Express from Express, and then we'll add const chat router equal to express.router. Now in this router, we'll add different API endpoint. So we'll add this chat router dot get method. And after that, we'll add the path here. So the path is /create. Using that, we can create a new chat. And after that, here we have to add the function create chat. Just click on this suggestion. So this create chat function has been imported from the chat controller file. So write the file name extension .js. Now in this controller function, we are getting the user ID, and this user ID will be added by middleware. So here we have to add the middleware that will protect our route and provide the user ID using the token. So here we'll add the protect. Just click on this suggestion. So this protect middleware has been imported from auth.js file, and after that here we have to provide the comma. That's it. So here we have created first endpoint. Now just duplicate it. In this one we will add get. Using that we can get all the chat messages for particular user. So just add the function name, that is get chats. Click here. So get chats has been imported. After that just duplicate it, and here we will add the path called delete, and for deleting the chat we have to provide the chat ID, right? So here we'll add the post method. So we are using post method, path is delete, and here we have added the function. So let's add delete chat function. So delete chat function has been imported. So we have created 3 routes. Next we have to export this router from this file. So just add export default chat router. Now we can use this chat router in our main file, that is server.js. So let's open server.js file, and after that here we'll add app.use and provide the path. It will be /API/chat. Then we'll add comma here and provide the chat router. Just click here to import the chat router. You can see the chat router has been imported from chatroutes.js file. So we have created the APIs for creating a new chat, for getting the chat's data and deleting any chat. Now we can test these APIs. So we will come back here in our Postman application and click on this plus icon to create a new request. So before that we'll copy this URL and click on this plus icon. Paste this URL, and here we'll add /API/chat/create. So it will create a new chat. After that, here we have to add the token in the headers to authenticate the request, and it will add the user ID after adding the token. So here we'll come to headers and provide the authorization property. And in this one we have to get the token. So let me just copy the token from the previous request and paste it here. So you can see we have selected get method and provided the API endpoint /API/chat/create and provided the headers, and in this headers we have the authorization and our token. Then click on send button. So you can see the success message, and after that in the message we have chat created. So we have successfully created a new chat and it will be saved in the database. So let's see our database also. So in this MongoDB database, when you refresh this web page, you will find this chats collection, and in this one we have this entry. You can see the user ID, then we have username, that is GreatStack, and after that we have the name, that is the chat name. So it is new chat. After that we have the messages, that is the empty array, and here we have created at and updated at. So we have created a new chat. Now let's test our next API, that is getting the chat list. So just copy this URL, paste it here in this new request, and here we'll add the path get. Let me check the path name in our code file. So you can see in this chat routes, you can see we have added /get, correct? And after that we'll come to this headers. Here also we'll add the authorization, and then we have to add the token. So we'll just copy the token from here, paste it here, and click on send button. So here you can see using this API we are getting the chat data. Success true, and we have the chats array, and in this array we have the first chat, and in this one we have the ID, username, and we have the name. Then messages is empty array. So now we can create the APIs to add the messages in our chat. For adding the messages in our chat, just come back here, and in this controllers folder we'll create a new file and write the file name messagecontroller.js. Now in this one we'll create our first function, but before that we'll add the comment. So here we'll add the comment text based AI chat message controller. It means we'll create the controller function to get the text response, right? So just add export const and the function name. So the function name is text message controller. After that, here we'll add the asynchronous arrow function, and in this function parameter we'll get the request and response. Now after that we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block first we need the user ID, and this user ID will be added using the middleware in the user property. So just add const user ID equal to request.user._id. After that, here we need the prompt data and the chat ID. So we'll add const curly braces chat ID. We are getting this chat ID from the body because we have to add the message in this particular chat ID. After that, we'll add the prompt also, that we'll get from the body. So just add chat ID and prompt from request.body. After that, here we'll add const chat equal to await and provide the chat model. So just click here to import the chat model. It has been imported. Now in this one we'll add the file name extension .js. Now using this chat model we'll find one data. So just add find one and provide the curly braces where we'll add the user ID, and then we'll provide the underscore ID property, and it will be chat ID. So after that we'll get the particular chat, and after that in this chat we have to insert our message in the messages array. So we'll add this chat here, then we'll add the messages property dot push method because it is an array. So to add the data, here we have to use the push method, and in this one we will push one object where we'll add the role. So the role will be user because we are sending the prompt, so the role is user. And after that, here we have to add content, and in this content property we will store the prompt that we have sent. So just add content prompt. Next we have to add the timestamps, or we'll add the timestamp. Let me check the model. So here we have the chat model. So in this chat model you can see we have added timestamp, right? So here we have added timestamp, and it will be date dot now. So it will give the current timestamp. After that we'll add is image property and make it false because we are generating the text content from the AI. So is image will be false. That's it. Here you can see we have closed this curly braces here by mistake. So let me move it at the end. Now it is correct. So you can see this code. We are getting the user ID, then chat ID and prompt. Then we will create new messages. In this chat, using this push method, we will insert one object where we have added role user and the content is our prompt. Next, we will generate the response from AI, and then we will store that response in this messages using the different role like AI or agent, anything, and we will store the content that is AI generated. And to generate the content using AI, here we are going to use Google Gemini API. So first we'll add the package here to connect with Google Gemini API. So here we are going to use the OpenAI package. So just open the terminal. So to install our OpenAI package in this terminal, we have to add the command. So first we'll stop this terminal using Ctrl+C, and here just add npm install OpenAI. So it will install this OpenAI package. So it has been installed, right? Now we can start our backend using npm run server. So again, our backend is running. You can see the message server is running. Now let's hide it and we will open our package.json file. So in this one, you can see here we have OpenAI in the dependencies, right? Next, we have to get the Google Gemini API key to generate our content using AI. For that, let me just come back to the web browser and search for Google Gemini API. Let's open this website ai.google.dev. We'll open this link. So I'll just click on this button, explore models in Google AI Studio. After that, here you need to generate an API key. So you can see this button, get API key. I'll just click here and click on this create API key button. Then it is asking to create API key. Select a project from your existing Google projects. So let me just click here. So we will select any of the existing project, or if you don't have any Google project, you can create a new one. So let me choose any project name and click on create API key in existing project. After that, I'll just copy this API key and I will store this one in the environment variable. So I'll just come back to the VS Code and open the environment variable file. And in this one, let's add the environment variable name, that is Gemini API key. And here just paste this API key that we have just copied from Google Gemini. After that, I'll just come here and we'll find the code to create the configuration. So I'll just click here on this API Quick Start Guide. Then I'll come here in this sidebar and here we have the OpenAI compatibility. Let's open this link and here we have the configuration, right? We have to import the OpenAI and we have to add this code, right? And here we have to provide our API key. So to add it, let me just come back here in our VS Code. And here you can see we have the configs folder. So in this configs folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name openai.js. And in this one, let me just copy and paste this code. I'll just copy this one and paste it here. So you can see we have imported the OpenAI from OpenAI package. Let me add it in the curly braces. And after that, here we have OpenAI equal to new OpenAI. And then we have the API key. So here we have to provide the API key that is available in our environment variable. So let me just add process.env.environment variable name. So I'll just copy the name from here and paste it here in our configuration file. So we have added this API key. After that, we will export this OpenAI from this file. So just add export default and provide OpenAI. Now we can use it in any other file for sending the prompt and we will generate the response using this prompt. So we'll come back here in our message controller.js file. And here we have to send our prompt on this API. So I'll just come back here in this documentation, and in this one you can see we have to add this await openai.chat.completions.create, and in this one we have to provide the model name. Then we have to add the messages, and in this messages we have to add the role user, and after that we have to add the content. So in this content we'll add our prompt, right? And when we will send this role and prompt, it will send us the response, and we'll get the response like this: response.choices and index0.message. So it will be our response content and role. So let me implement it in our code. So I'll just copy this one and paste it here. After that, here let me update this response. So instead of this response, we'll add choices. We'll add curly braces, choices. We will simply restructure the choices from this response. After that, here we'll add const reply. So this is the reply from AI, right? And in this one we'll add the object where we'll add a spread operator. We will spread the choices and index 0. So in this one we have the message property. So just add dot message. So using this we will get the content and role. After that, let's add the comma and provide the timestamp. So I'll just copy from here. We will copy the timestamp and isImage property. Just copy and paste it here. So now we have the reply from the AI that we can add in our chat, which is here. So after this line here, we can add this chat dot messages property and provide push. So we can add the new data in this array, and here let's add reply. After that, here we'll add await. Then we'll use the chat dot save. So it will update the data in the MongoDB database. Next, let's add await user. We will use the user model. So just click here to import it. You can see the user model has been imported. So after generating the response, we have to deduct one credit from the user account, right? So here we have added the user model dot update one, and in this one we have to add the object where we'll add the underscore ID property and provide the user ID, and for this user we have to decrease the credit. So we'll add comma curly braces. So in this one we'll add $INC. It means incremental, and here we'll add the object and provide credits property, and we have to decrease it by 1. So just add -1. That's it. And after that we can send the response. So let's add response.json, and in this one let's add the object, and in this one we'll add the success property true, and in the response we have to send the AI generated data. So here we will provide this reply like this. Now adding this data in the database will take some time. So instead of adding this response here, I'll just move this response here. So after generating the response from AI, we will instantly send this response from API, and then it will update this data in the database also like this. And after that, let me add the code in this catch block. So here in this catch block we'll add this response.json, and in this one we'll add success false, and then we'll add the message property, and in this message property we will add the error dot message. So here we have created the API. Using that we can generate the content using AI. Now we can create the APIs to generate image using AI. But before that, let me just come back to the previous function only. And in this one, you can see we have this role system. Let me just remove it. And after that, in this one, we have the role user, and here we have the content. So instead of this text, we will provide our prompt that we are sending in the body, right? So here simply add the content and it will be prompt. That's it. So now it will generate the response using our prompt. Now let's scroll down, and here we'll create the API controller function to generate the image. So here we'll add one comment, image generation message controller. And after that, here we have to create one asynchronous function. So we will write export const image message controller. And after that, just add the asynchronous arrow function. And in this function parameter, let's add request and response. And after that, here we have to add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we need the user ID, and we will get the user ID using user property added by middleware, right? And after that, for this user, we have to check the available credit, because to generate the image, we need at least 2 credits. For generating a single image, we will deduct 2 credits of that user. So here just add the comment, check credits, and provide if request dot user dot credits property less than 2. So when the credit is less than 2, so in that case we will not generate the response, or we will not generate the image. So simply add the return statement, and in this return we'll add response.json and provide one object where we'll add success false, and with that we'll add the message also. So the message is you don't have enough credits to use this feature. Now suppose the user have more credits, so they can generate the image, right? So now we'll add const curly braces, and we'll get the data from the request body. So we will get the prompt. After that, we need the chat ID from the body, and then we need is published property. So we will get it from the request.body. After that, we have to find the particular chat. So just add the comment here, find chat, and after that, let's add const chat equal to await and use the chat model dot find one, and in this one just add the user ID, and after that we'll add underscore ID property and provide the chat ID. So now we have the chat, and in this chat we have to add our prompt. Let me wrap this one in curly braces. So after that, here let's add the comment push user message. So we will add the user message in this chat data. So let's add chat dot messages dot push, and after that, here we'll add the object where we have to add the role. So let me just copy from the previous function. You can see we have added this one. So let's just copy and paste it here. So in this one, you can see we have added role, then content, then timestamp, and is image property. So the role will be user, then we'll add the content prompt, then timestamp will be date.now, and is image will be false, right? Because we are sending the text prompt, correct? So after adding it, we have to generate the image using this prompt, and for generating the image and to store the images online, we are going to use ImageKit. ImageKit is an image and video API. Using this, we can generate our images using AI, and we can also store and optimize our images. So let's see its feature. Here we are going to use this ImageKit for the image. You can see we can use it to transform and optimize the images or videos, and here we can optimize the performance by changing the size and format, and we can also resize the images, we can crop the images, and after that let's see its AI feature. So I'll just come here. Here you can see we can generate the AI powered images using ImageKit, and to generate it we have to just use our ImageKit URL, and in that URL we have to provide the prompt, and at the end we have to add the file name of the image. So it will simply generate our image using AI. We can use it for free. Let me open the pricing page. So here you can see the pricing, and here we have the forever free plan, and in this one you will get 20 GB of bandwidth, 3 GB of RAM storage, and other details here. If I scroll down, here we have AI powered capabilities, and in this one you can see we can generate the images via text prompt. So we are going to use this ImageKit to store and optimize the images and to generate the images using AI. So just click on the link given in the description and sign up for forever free plan on ImageKit. After sign up, you will come to this ImageKit dashboard. In this one, scroll down in the left sidebar and click on developer options. And here you will find the API keys. First, you need to copy this URL endpoint. You can see the URL endpoint here, right? And then you can copy this public key and private key, right? So we have to store these three data in our environment variable. So let me just come back to the environment variable first, and in this one here let me add the comment. So I'll write the comment ImageKit. Then we have to add the ImageKit public key. So I'll write the environment variable name ImageKit public key. Then we'll add the ImageKit private key. After that, here we'll add the environment variable name ImageKit URL endpoint. Now let me just paste the values here from this dashboard. So just copy this URL endpoint, paste it here in this single or double quote. After that, just come back. After copying this URL endpoint, we will copy this public key. Let's just copy and paste it here in this one. Public key is here. So just paste the public key, and after that, let me just copy this private key. I'll just click on this eye icon, and here we have to provide the password. And copy this private key and paste it here. Now save the changes, and we will open our message controller file, right? And here we can use the ImageKit to generate the images. But before that, we have to create the configuration to use the ImageKit. For that, let's see the documentation. So I'll just come here on the ImageKit homepage, and then we'll come here in the docs file, and after that just click on this Node.js. Scroll down, and here just click on this installation. So here we have the steps to use the ImageKit in our project. So first we have to install it. So we will use this npm install ImageKit. So just come back to the VS Code, open the terminal, and in this terminal you can see the backend is running. So just add Ctrl+C to stop this one and write npm install ImageKit. So it will install the ImageKit package. With that, we will add one more package, that is Axios. Using that we can call any API, right? So here we'll add npm install Axios. Press enter. So it is also installed. After that, we can start the project using npm run server. Press enter. So it will start the backend server. After that, we can hide this terminal and let's come here and see the next step. So you can see we have to create this configuration where we will import the ImageKit from the ImageKit package and we'll create the instance of this ImageKit and provide the public key, private key and URL endpoint. So let's just copy this code and open our VS Code, and in this sidebar you can see we have created the configs folder. So in this one we'll create a new file and write the file name ImageKit.js. And here we will paste this code. Remove this required statement. So here we have import ImageKit from the ImageKit package, and after that we have created the ImageKit instance using this new ImageKit, and here we have to provide the keys. So first we have to add the public key. So just add process.env dot and the environment variable name. So the environment variable name is ImageKit public key. After that just copy this, paste it here, and here we'll add ImageKit private key. Then in the third one, let me just copy and paste it here, and in this third one we'll add ImageKit URL endpoint, that is the environment variable name. So after that we have to export this from this file so that we can use it any other file. So just add export default ImageKit. That's it. After that we can come back here in our message controller file, and in this one here we have the prompt. So using this prompt we have to generate the image, correct? So to generate the image, let me just come here in our ImageKit home page and come here in this image API. So here you can see we have to add the base URL, and after that in that URL we have to provide the prompt, and at the end we will add the file name, and in this URL only we can add the transformation also, like we can set the size. So to add it, let me just come back here, and here we have the prompt, right? So first we have to encode this prompt. So just add the comment, encode the prompt, and after that we'll add const encoded prompt equal to encode URI component and provide the prompt. Next, let's add the comment here. We will add construct ImageKit AI generation URL. So here we'll add the variable called const generated image URL equal to, we will add the backticks $ curly braces, and first we'll provide the base URL, that is URL endpoint. For that we'll add process.env dot ImageKit URL endpoint. It is available in the environment variable, right? After that here we'll add the / and provide our ImageKit prompt. But before that we have to add IK, that is ImageKit gen image dash prompt, like this. Then we'll add dash $ curly braces and provide the encoded prompt. So after this encoded prompt, here we'll add / and I'm adding the project name as folder name. This is optional, and after that you need to provide the file name. So I want the file name unique for each images. So just add $ curly braces and provide the date.now. So it will provide the unique timestamps, so the file name will be unique. After that here we have to add .png, that is the file name extension. Then we'll add question mark and provide the tr for the transformation. So here we have to add the width. So we will set the width 800 and we'll set the height. So just add comma height 800. like this. So here we have generated the URL, correct? And after that we have to trigger this image generation using the fetch method. So here we will write await Axios. We have already imported this Axios, right? So just click on this suggestion. So you can see the Axios has been imported from the Axios package. Now in this one, just add dot get method, and in this one we will add this generated image URL, and after that we'll add the comma, one object, and in this object we'll add the response type. So in the response type, simply write add a buffer. So we will get the response in add a buffer. Now we have to store this one in any variable. So we'll add const AI image response equal to await. So now we have the AI image response, and before this line let me add the comment also. So we have added trigger generation by fetching from ImageKit. Now we have to convert this image because we have to store this image on ImageKit and we will get the URL, right? And to store the image we have to use this code. If I open the documentation, so in this one, here we have the file upload. Just click here. So you can see here we have to use this ImageKit instance dot upload method, and in this one we have to add the file. So the file could be URL, base64 or binary, correct? So we will convert our buffered image in this base64 image. Then we have to provide the file name. We can add the extensions. This is optional. We can add the transformation. This is optional, right? We can add the folder name also. So we will use this ImageKit.upload method for uploading our image, and in this response we will get the URL, right? So just come back and here let's convert it. So we'll add one comment, convert to base64, and for that first we have to add one variable. So just add const base64 image, just add the backticks and provide data colon image slash png, then base64, and then here we will add $, curly braces, and provide the buffer dot from, and in this one we will add the AI image response dot data, and after that here we have to add the comma, and then we'll add double quote and provide binary. Then we'll add dot to a string, and in this to a string method we will add base64. So now we have the base64 image. Next we can use this to upload the image on ImageKit. So here we'll add the comment upload to ImageKit media library. So here let's add const upload response equal to await and provide the ImageKit. Just click on this suggestion. So you can see the ImageKit has been imported here from the configs folder ImageKit.js file. Now let's come here, and after that here we will add dot upload method, and in this upload method we will add the object where we'll add the file and provide the file, that is base64 image. Then we'll add the file name. So let's add the file name, and the file name will be backticks $, curly braces, date dot now, and after that here we have to add .png, that is the file name extension. Then we'll add the comma here and provide the folder, and let's add the folder name QuickGPT, that is our project name. So here we have the upload response, and in this upload response we will get the URL property that will be the live link of our image. So here after getting this image, we can set it in the response, right? So here just add this reply as we have done in the previous function. You can see here we have added the reply. So let me just copy and paste it here. So in this reply, first we have to add the role. So we'll add the role here and it will be assistant. And after this role, let me add content. And in this content, we'll add upload response dot URL. So we'll get the image URL, then we will add the comma. And after that, we have to store the timestamp. Then we'll store is image property. So this time we will make it true because it is an image, right? And after that, here we'll add is published also, and we'll get this is published from the body. That's it. So here we have added the reply. Now we can send this reply in the response. So here you can see we have added response.json success true and provided this reply, that is the AI generated. After that, we have to update this data in our database. So we will use the chat dot messages property dot push to insert the data in this array. And here we will provide this reply. So it will push this reply in this messages array. And after that, let's add await chat.save. So it will save the data in database. Next, we have to deduct one credit. After generating the image, we will deduct credit. Here we'll deduct 2 credit because we are generating the image. In the text generation, we will deduct 1 credit, and in the image generation, we will deduct 2 credit. So let me just copy the code from the previous function. Here it is. Just copy this and we will paste it here. So you can see we have added await user dot update one underscore ID, provide the user ID, then comma inc credits -2. So it will deduct 2 credit. Now let's come here in this catch block, and in this catch block we'll add response.json success false, and the message will be error.message. That's it. So here we have created the controller function to generate the text using the AI, and then we have created the controller function to generate the images using the prompt. In this function, you can see we have added this code that will check for the available credit before generating the image. So let me add this check in the previous function also. Just come back here in this first function, and here also after getting the user ID from the request.user, we will add this if statement if request.user.credits is less than 1, because we need at least 1 credit to generate the response, right? So here we have added credits less than 1. So in that case, we will return response with success false, and the message will be you don't have enough credits to use this feature. Save the changes. Now let's create the API endpoint using this controller function. For that, we have to create the routes. So just come back here in this sidebar, and in this routes folder, we have to create a new file and write the file name messageroutes.js. And in this one, we have to create the router using Express. So first we will import the Express here, and after that, let's add const message router equal to express dot router. Now in this router, we will add different endpoint. So let's add message router dot post method and provide the path. It will be /text. Then we'll add the comma, and here we'll add the middleware, that is protect. So you can see the protect middleware has been imported from the middleware folder auth file. So just add file name extension auth.js. After that, we'll add the comma, and here we have to add our function. So let's add the function name text message controller. So this text message controller has been imported from the message controller.js file. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll add the path /image. Then we'll add the middleware product, and after that we'll add the function. So just add the image message controller function. So this image message controller function has been imported. After that we have to export this router from this file. So just add export default and message router. Now we have to add this message router in our main file, that is server.js. So just open server.js file, and here we'll add app.use and provide the path. So it will be /API/message, and then we will add comma, and here we'll add the message router. Just click here, so you can see the message router has been imported. So finally we have created two other APIs. Using that we can generate the text response from the AI, and we can generate the images using the prompt. So now we can test it. For that we will use Postman application. To test our APIs, let me just come back to the Postman application, and here we'll click on this plus icon for a new request, and here we'll add the URL. So let me just copy the API link and paste it here, and in this one let me update the path. So you can see the path name here /API/message. Just copy and paste it here, and after that we'll add slash, and here we'll add the remaining path. So if I open the message route, you can see we have two API path, that is /text and /image. So in this /text we can generate the text content. So we'll just add this text. So the API endpoint is /API/message/text. Now here we have to authorize the request. So here we'll add the headers, and in the headers we have to add authorization property. And in this authorization property we will add the token. So just copy the token from the previous request. Let's just copy and paste it here. Here we have added authorization and token. Now just come to this body, and we'll come to raw and choose the JSON, and here we'll add one object. In this object we have to provide two data. If I open the controller function, we have the message controller, and in this one you can see this is the text message controller, and here we need the chat ID and prompt from the body. So in the request body we have to provide the chat ID and prompt. So let me just add the chat ID here, add it in double quote, colon, and here in this double quote we'll provide the chat ID, comma, and here we have to add the prompt property. So let me just copy the prompt and paste it here, and here let's add the double quote. Now to get the chat ID, let me just come back to the previous request, and in this one you can see here we have the chats array, and here we have the first chat where you can see the underscore ID, username, right? So from here we will just get the underscore ID value. Let's just copy this and paste it here. So we have provided the chat ID. After that here we have to add the prompt. So in this prompt let me add the text. For that I want the response from AI. So here I'll write the text called how AI works. Then I'll click on this send button. Here we are getting some error. It is because we have added the get method here. So let me click on this drop down and choose the post method. And now I'll click on this send button. So here we have received the response success false, and the message is OpenAI is not defined. So let me just correct it. I'll just come back here in the message controller.js file, and in this one you can see here we are using this OpenAI, right? And we have to import it. So you can see we have not imported it, and we have created the configuration file here. In this configs folder we have the OpenAI.js, right? So from this file we have to import this OpenAI. So let me just come back here in the user controller, or we will open the message controller, and in this one let's add import OpenAI from configs folder / OpenAI.js file. Now just save the changes and come back here. Now I'll click on the send button again. So now it is generating the response from AI. So just wait for a few seconds. So now you can see we have received the response, and in this one you can see we have success true, and after that we have this reply. In this one we have the role assistant, that is the AI generated response, right? Then we have the timestamp, is image property is false, and here we have the content. So in this content we have the complete content that we have received from the AI for our prompt. So we have asked how AI works, and here we have the answer. So here you can see this is the content, that is our response from AI, and if I scroll this horizontally you can see this is very long response. So it is working fine. We have tested our API to generate the content using AI for the text prompt. Now we'll test our next API where we will generate the image using AI, right? So let me update this URL only. In this one, instead of this text, we will add the image, right? And after that, in the headers, we have already provided the authorization and token, and in the body, we have provided the chat ID, prompt, and after that here we have to add the one more property. If I come back to the controller file, in this second function you can see we are getting the prompt, chat ID, and is published property. So this is published could be true or false. So we'll just come back here, and here we'll add one more property, is published, and let's make it true, like this. And after that here we will update the prompt. So in this one we will add the prompt to generate any image using AI. So here I'll write the prompt, a boy climbing stairs. After that I'll just click on this send button. So it is generating the response, so just wait for a few seconds. Now you can see we have received the response, and in this one we have success true, and then we have the reply property, and in this one we have the role assistant, then we have the timestamp, is image true, and is published true. Then we have the content, and in this content we have the image URL that is generated using ImageKit. So let me just copy this URL and open in our web browser. So I'll just paste this URL here, and now you can see a boy climbing stairs. So this is AI generated image that we have generated using ImageKit. So we have created our API to generate the text using AI and generate the images using AI. And we have already tested this API. Now let me verify our database also. So we will open our MongoDB database, click on this refresh button. And after that, here you can see we have the same chat, and in this chat we have the messages array, and in this messages array you can see we have 4 objects. In the first one we have our text prompt, how AI works. Then we have the second object where we have the answer from AI. Then in the third one we have this next prompt, that is generating an image, right? And after that we have the fourth object where we have the AI generated image URL, and you can see this image URL, it is uploaded on ImageKit. So we have generated the image and uploaded it on the ImageKit. Now we will create the APIs using that we can get all the public images with their username. For that, just come back to the VS Code, and here you can see we have created our file user controller.js. So in this one only we will create one more function. So here at the end, let's add the comment. So write the comment API to get published images, and here we will create one asynchronous function. So just add export const and the function name is get published images, and create the async function here. And in this function parameter we will get request and response. After that, here we will add the try catch statement, and in this try block, first we will get the published images from our chat model, right? So let's add const published image messages equal to await, and after that we'll add the chat model. Just click here to import the chat model. Let me scroll up, and here you can see the chat model has been imported from the chat.js file. Now scroll down, and here let's add dot aggregate, and in this one we will add the array, and in this array we'll add the first object where we will add $unwind. It will be $messages. After that we'll add the comma here and provide another object, and in this one we'll add $match and provide this object, and here we'll add the message.image true. Then add comma, and here we'll add the message.isPublished true, right? And after that, here we have to add the comma and provide another object. In this one we'll add the $project and provide the object here, and in this one we'll add underscore id 0. Then we'll add the comma and provide image URL, and it will be $messages.content. Then we'll add the username also. So let's add the username, and the username property will be $username, right? Now we can send this published image messages in the response. So here at the bottom we'll add response.json, and in this response we'll add the success property true, and after that we have to add the images property, and in this images property we will provide the published image messages dot reverse, like this. And after that just come here in the catch block, and in this catch block we'll add the response. So just add response.json success false, and the message is error.message. So here we have created one more controller function to get the published images, right? Now let's create the routes using this controller function. So we will open the user routes file. So let's open the sidebar and find this user routes.js, and in this one here we have 3 routes. So let me just duplicate the last one, and in this one we'll add the method get. After that we'll add the path. So the path will be published images. Then we have to add the controller function. So just add get published images. That's it. So this get published images has been imported. So here we have added one more route. Using that we can get the published images and display it in our community tab, right? Next we have to create the functionality to purchase the credit, right? And with that we'll also create the APIs. Using that we can display the different price plan. For that we have to create one model. So let's open the sidebar, and here we have the models folder, and in this models folder we have to create one new model. So write the file name transaction.js. In this one we have to create the model using mongoose package. So just add import mongoose from mongoose, and after that we'll add the schema. So just add const transaction schema equal to new mongoose.schema constructor, and in this one we will define all the properties for this transaction. So for this transaction we need the user ID. So just add the user ID property, and here we will define the type. So the type will be mongoose.schema.types.object_id. After that, we have to add the reference, and in this reference we'll add the user model. Then we have to add the required property, so it will be true. So this user ID will be required to create any transaction. After that, here we have to add the plan ID. So just add the plan ID, and in this one we'll add the type a string and required true. Here we will make it a string without this double quote. Now just duplicate this line, and here we have to add the next property. So the next property is amount, and the amount type will be number and required true. Now just duplicate it, and here we have to add the credits. So just add the credits here, and then we'll add the type number required true. After that, we'll add one more property, that is paid. So just duplicate it and write is paid, and it will be type boolean. So the is paid property could be true or false. So here we'll add the default value. So whenever a new transaction will be created, the default value will be false. So just add default false. After that, here we'll add the comma and provide the object, and in this object we'll add the timestamps, and let's add true. So it will automatically add the timestamp when this transaction was created. Now after that, using this schema, we have to create a model. So we'll add const transaction equal to mongoose.model, and here we'll add the model name. So the model name is transaction, and then we have to add the schema. So let's just add this schema here, transaction schema, right? And after that, we have to export it from this file so that we can use it in any other file. So just add export default transaction. Now after creating this transaction model, we have to create one controller file. So let's come here in this sidebar, and here you can see the controllers folder. So in this one, let's create a new file and write the file name creditcontroller.js. Now in this one, first we had to create a credit plan, right? So here we'll add const plans equal to one array, and in this array we will add different plans. So we have already added the plan data in our asset. So if I open our client folder, in this client we have the src, then assets. In this assets folder we have the assets.js file, and in this one you can see we have the dummy plans, right? So we'll just copy this plan data from here. Let's just copy all three objects and come back here in this creditcontroller.js file and just paste this plan data. So here you can see we have created one plans array where we have the different plan like basic, pro and premium, and in this one we have the price $10 and credit is 100 credit. The next one is $20 and 500 credit. The next one is $30 and the number of credits is 1000 credits, right? Now after creating this plan, here we have to create the API. Using that we can get the plan details. So just add the comment here, API controller for getting all plans, and here we'll create the function. So just add export const get plans equal to async arrow function. Now in the function parameter we will get request and response, and after that here we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block simply add response.json, and in this one we have to add success true, and with that we have to provide our plans. So let's add the comma and provide this plans in this response, right? Now just come to the catch block and just copy and paste it here. In this one we'll add success false, and with that we'll add the message property. So here we'll add message and it will be error.message. So we have created the controller function to get the plan details. After that, here we will create the controller function. Using that we can purchase a new plan, right? And to create that function, here we'll add the comment first. We'll add the comment API controller for purchasing a plan. Now here we'll add the asynchronous arrow function. So let me just copy this one, paste it here. And after that we will update the name. So the name is purchase plan. After that, here we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block we will get the plan ID from the body, right? So let me just add const curly braces plan ID equal to request dot body. So from the request we are getting the plan ID, and after that we will get the user ID also. So let's add const user ID equal to request dot user property dot underscore ID. So this user ID will be added using the middleware, right? Now we have to find this plan. So just add const plan equal to plans array dot find method. Now in this find method, let's add the arrow function, and in this one we will get the parameter called plan. So we'll get the individual plan in this parameter, and after that just add this plan dot underscore ID equal to plan ID. So we will get the particular plan, and after that here we'll add the if statement and we'll check for the plan. So just add not of plan. So if we don't get any plan using this plan ID, then we will simply add return and we will generate the response. So just add response.json and we will add the object. We will add the success property false because we could not find any plan using this plan ID. And after that we'll add the message also. So let's add the message invalid plan. Now suppose we found the plan using this plan ID. So in that case we can create the transaction for purchasing this plan, right? So here just add comment create new transaction. So let's add const transaction equal to await and provide the transaction model. Let's come here and you can see the transaction model has been imported. We will add the file name extension .js. After that let's come here and in this model we'll add .create method. So it will create a new entry, and here we have to add the object where we'll add the user ID first, and in this user ID let's provide the user ID. After that here let's add the plan ID and provide the plan dot underscore ID. After that we have to add the amount. So here we'll add the plan dot price. Then we have to add the credits. So let's add the credits property, and here just add the plan dot credits. After that here we have to add the is paid property, and let's add the false. So it will create a new transaction with is paid false and it will be added in database, right? So a new transaction will be created for purchasing the plan. After that we have to generate the payment link so that user can make the purchase online and verify this transaction for successful credit purchase. And for online payment we are going to use a Stripe. For that let's open the Stripe website. Open stripe.com and click on this sign in button. And you can sign in with your account, or if you don't have any account you can click on this link create account and you can create a new account. Suppose this Stripe is not supported in your country, then you can choose any other country from this drop down and create an account. You can create a test account from any country. So I'll log in with my existing account, and after that just come to the Stripe dashboard. After coming to this Stripe dashboard, here you will find this developers option. Just click here, and in this one you will find this API keys. So let's just click here, and in this one you can see we have the a Stripe publishable key and a Stripe secret key, right? So let's just copy this publishable and secret key and paste it in the environment variable. So I'll open .env file, and here let's add the comment a Stripe, and here first we'll add the environment variable name, a Stripe publishable key. Then we'll add the environment variable name, a Stripe secret key, like this. And after that, let me paste the values here. So here we have the publishable key, paste it here. Then I'll paste this secret key, save the changes. After adding it, we have to create the instance of a Stripe, but before that we have to add the Stripe package, right? So let's open the terminal, and in this terminal we will add Ctrl+C to stop the project, and let's add npm install a Stripe. So it will install the Stripe package, and after that we will add one more package here that we will use to verify our payment using the Stripe webhooks. So here we'll add npm install svix. Using this svix package we will verify the Stripe webhooks. So press enter to install the svix package to manage the webhooks. So it has been installed. After that, here let's add npm run server, that will again start our backend server. So now our backend is again running. Now let me hide this terminal, and in this one we have to import the Stripe, right? So here let's scroll up, and we will add import a Stripe from a Stripe package, like this. So here we have imported the Stripe from a Stripe package, and after that we have to create the instance of a Stripe. So let me show you the documentation. I'll just come here and click on this developers. Then you can see we have API reference. Just click here, and let's scroll this web page. Here you can see we have to create the instance like this, a Stripe requires Stripe, or we can use the import statement also. And after that, in the left side you will find the checkout sessions. Let's open it, and here we have the create a checkout session. So just click here. So in this one you can see first we have to create the Stripe instance, and after that we'll create the session using this await a stripe.checkout.session.create method, right? So let me just come back here and scroll down, and here before creating this purchase plan controller function, let's create the Stripe instance. So let's add const Stripe equal to new Stripe, and in this one we'll add the key. So we have added the key in our environment variable. So just add process.env dot, and here we have to provide the secret key. So just add the environment variable name, a Stripe secret key, right? After that, just come here, and here we have created a new transaction. So after that we have to create the session. So let's come back and copy this code, paste it here. So here we are creating the session, and in this one you can see we have to add the success URL, right? And here we have to add the line items, then we have to add the mode, right? So let me update it one by one. So here we have added session equal to await a stripe.checkout.session.create, and in this one first we will add line items. Let me move it here. So first we'll add the line items, and it will be one array, and in this one we have added one object where we have to add the price data. So let's add the property called price data, and after that here we have to add the object like this, and in this one we have to add the currency also. So let's add the currency USD. Make sure to add the same currency code where you have created your Stripe account. After that, here we'll add unit amount. So let's add the unit amount property and write plan.price multiplied by 100. After that, here we have to add the product data. So let's add product data, and in this one we have to add the name, and the name will be plan name. So just add plan.name. After that, here we have to add the quantity. So in the quantity, let's write 1. That's it. And after that, here we have added the mode. So the mode will be payment, and after that we have to add the success URL, and with that we'll add the cancel URL also. So let me add comma and provide cancel URL. And after that, in this session we can provide the metadata. So here we'll add the metadata, and after that here we'll add the expires at. So this session will expire. So here in this expired at we'll add math.floor, and let's provide date.now, and in this one let's add /1000. After that we'll add plus 30 multiplied by 60. So here we have added the expiry time, that is 30 minutes. So this session will expire in 30 minutes. Now let me add the success and cancel URL, then we'll add the metadata. Now in this URL we will add the origin, that is the front-end URL, right? And for getting the origin, let's come here, and before creating this session, let's add const curly braces and provide the origin, and we will get it from the request. So just add the request dot headers. So from the request headers we'll get the origin, and after that let's add it here. So in this success URL, let me add backticks, provide $ curly braces, origin / loading. So after successful payment, it will open the loading screen because it will take some time to verify the payment. After that, here we'll add the cancel URL, and in the cancel URL, let me add backticks, $ curly braces, and provide the origin. That's it. So it will open the home page, right? And after that, here we have to add the metadata. So just add curly braces, and in this one we have to add the transaction ID property that we will use later to verify the transaction. So in this one, simply add the transaction dot underscore ID. After that, here we'll add dot to a string method. Then we'll add the comma, and here we will provide the app ID. And in this app ID, let's add the project name, that is QuickGPT. That's it. So here we have created one session. After that, here we'll generate the response. So let me add response.json, and here we'll add the success true, and with that we'll add the URL, that is the payment URL. So we'll add the URL, and it will be the session.url. So from this session we'll get the URL, and we will send it in the response. After that, in this catch block, let's add response.json, and in this one just add the success property. It will be false, and with that we have to add the message. So let's add success false, and the message will be error.message. That's it. So we have created this function. Using that we can get the payment link for successful purchase of the credit plan. Now let me create the API endpoint using this controller function. So let me open this sidebar, and in this routes folder we'll create a new file and write the file name creditroutes.js. And in this one, let me add import express from express package. Then we'll write const credit router equal to express.router. And after that, in this credit router we have to create different endpoint. So just add credit router dot get method, and here we'll add the path. So the path name is plan. That will give the plan details, right? So here we'll add the controller function get plans. So get plans has been imported from credit controller file. So just add .js file name extension. Now just duplicate it, and in this second one we'll add the type post, and then we'll add the path. So the path will be purchase, like this. And after that, here we'll add the middleware protect. So it has been imported from the middleware folder auth.js file. After that, we'll add the comma and provide purchase plan controller function. So purchase plan function has been imported. Now we have to export this router from this file. So just add export default credit router. Next, we can add this credit router in our main file, that is server.js file, and for that here we'll add app.use and provide path, that will be /API/credit, and after that we'll add the comma and provide credit router. You can see the credit router has been imported. So now we have created the APIs. Using that we can display the plans, and we can also purchase the plan. Now we will test these API. To test this API, we will open the Postman application, and let's click on this plus icon for creating a new request, and here we'll paste the URL. So let's just copy this one, paste it here, and we'll write /API/credit/plan. So it will give the all credit plans, and you can see we have selected the type get and simply click on the send button. So here you can see we have received success true, and here we have the plans data like basic plan, pro plan and premium plan, right? Now after that, let me test the purchase plan API. So here we will replace this URL, we'll add purchase. After that, here in this headers we have to add the authorization. So let's add authorization, and in this one we have to add the token. So just copy from the previous request, paste it here. After that, here we have to add the origin. Let's add origin, and in this origin let me add the front-end URL. So here we have the front-end URL. Let's just copy and paste it here. And after that, let's come here in this body, and in this body we will open raw and then open JSON, and in this JSON we have to provide the plan ID. We have to provide the plan ID. So let's add double quote plan ID, and here let's add the basic, like this. Then I'll click on this send button. Here we are getting error because we have selected get method. Let me change it to post. I'll choose the post method and click on send button. Now you can see here we have received the response success true, and with that we have one URL, that is the online payment link. Let me just copy this payment link and paste it in the web browser. So it will open this payment window where we can make the payment and purchase this plan. Here we are using this test mode API key, so we can use the test card number. So let me write the email ID and card details. So here we'll add the test card number. Let me add any future date for expiry. Then we'll add the name. So here we have added the email ID, test card number, name, and let's click on this pay button. So here we have successfully made the payment, and we are redirected to this loading a screen for our front end, right? And after a few seconds, it will redirect us to the home page like this. After that, if I open our MongoDB database and click on this refresh button, so in this one, you can see we have the transactions collection. Let's open it. And in this one, we have a new transaction. You can see we have the user ID, then we have the plan ID basic, then we have the credits 100, correct? And after that, here we have the amount 10, it means $10. And now you can see is paid property is false, because we have created the transaction, we have made the transaction, but we have not verified it. To verify our payment, we have to use a Stripe webhooks so that we can get to know the payment is successful or paid, and we will get the transaction details also. And after that, we will update the user's credit. If I open the user's data, you can see still we have the same credit here. You can see credits is 17. So the credit is not added because first we have to verify the payment and then we will update the user credit. And for the payment verification, we will use a Stripe webhook. So let me just come back here in the Stripe dashboard. In this Stripe dashboard, click on this developers option, then click on this webhooks. Here you will find this add destination button. Just click here. On this page, just scroll down and here just search for payment intent. So in this one, you will find the payment intent succeed. Let's find it. Here it is, payment intent succeed or succeeded. Just check this one and click on continue. After that, just click here, webhook endpoint, and click on continue. Now here we have to provide the endpoint URL. So for that we have to deploy our application online. But for now I am using any dummy URL. Later we will update it. So here we'll add https://example.com and click on create destination. And after that you will get the secret key. You can see here we have the secret key. So just reveal this one and copy it. So now we have the webhook secret key and we have to add it in our environment variable. So let's open our environment variable file. And in this one, let's paste this key. So first we'll add the environment variable name, a Stripe webhook secret, and paste this webhook secret key. Now let's come here in this sidebar and here we'll create the webhooks controller file. So in this controllers folder, let's create a new file and write the file name webhooks.js. Now in this file, first we have to import the Stripe. So let's add import a Stripe from a Stripe package, right? And after that, here let's add the function. So we'll add export const a Stripe webhooks equal to asynchronous arrow function. Now in this function parameter, we will get the request and response, right? And after that, here we have to create the instance of a Stripe. So let's add const a Stripe equal to new a Stripe. Then we have to add process.env a Stripe secret key. Here again we are using the secret key, right? And after that we have to create the Stripe signature. So let's add const sig for the signature equal to request.headers. And in this request.headers, let's add double quote and provide a Stripe dash signature. After that, here we'll add let event and then we'll add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, we'll add event equal to a Stripe dot webhooks dot construct event, right? And in this one we have to add request dot body, then we'll add the signature. So just add comma signature, then we'll add comma environment variable name, that is webhook secret. So let's add process.env dot and provide this environment variable a Stripe webhook secret, paste it here. So here we have added the request.body, then signature and webhook secret key for creating the event using this Stripe webhooks construct event, right? And after that, here in this catch block, let's add return and provide response.status. And in this one, just add 400 dot send, and in this one let's add the message webhook error, and then we'll add $, curly braces, and provide the error dot message. Right now, after that, again we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block we will check for our event. So here we have to add the switch case. Now in this switch, let's add event.type. Just add event.type, and here in the first case we'll add double quote and provide payment underscore intent dot succeeded. So in that case, let's add curly braces and provide const payment intent equal to event.data.object. After that, here we'll add the sessions list or session list. So just add const session list equal to await a stripe.checkout.sessions dot list, and in this one let's add the object, and here we'll add the payment underscore intent. Then we have to provide the payment intent dot id like this, and after that here let's add const session, and it will be the session list dot data and index 0. Then we'll add const curly braces, and from this session we will get the transaction ID and app ID. So let's add transaction ID and app ID that we have added in the metadata while creating the session. So just add this session dot metadata property, right? And after that, here we'll add if statement, and we will check if the app ID is equal to the project name QuickGPT that we have added while creating this session. So in this one, let's add const transaction equal to await, and let's add the transaction model. So you can see the transaction model has been imported. Just add the file name extension .js. Then let's come here, and in this one we'll add dot find one method and provide curly braces underscore id colon transaction id. Then we'll add comma. Then we'll add is paid property, and it will be false. So we are finding the transaction where the id is this one and is paid is false, right? And for that one we have to update the credit, right? So let me add the comment here, update credits in user account. So let's add await user model. Just click here. So the user model has been imported from user.js file, and after that dot update one, and in this one just add underscore id. It will be transaction dot user id. After that, here we will add the comma and write curly braces, provide $inc for increment, and in this one we'll add object where we'll add credits, and it will be transaction dot credits. So it will add the number of credit. After that, here we have to update the payment status. So here we'll add the comment update credit payment status. So just add the transaction dot is paid property, and let's make it true. So after updating the credit, we will make the is paid property true for this transaction, and here we'll add await transaction dot save. So it will save it in the database. After that, here we'll add the else statement. So let's add the else statement, and in this one we'll add return, and here we'll add the response.json, and in this one let's add received true, and with that we'll add the message. So in this message we'll add ignored event invalid app. right? And after that, here we have to add the break. So let me move it here. So this is the first case, and after that here we'll add the default one. So in this one, let me add console.log, and let me add the message here. So the message is unhandled event type, right? And after that, here we'll add the comma and provide event.type, then break. And after that, here we can send the response. So let's add response.json and provide this object where we'll add received true. That's it. Now let's come to the catch block, and in this catch block, let's add response.status, and the status will be 500. Then we'll add .send, and in this one we have to add the message. So the message is internal server error. With that, here we'll add the console.error to print the error in console. And here let's add the message webhook processing error. Then we'll add the comma and provide the error. That's it. So here we have created the webhook controller function that will get the event from the webhooks, and after that, from that event it will check the event type, and if the event type is payment intent succeeded, then it will find the session, and from this session it will find the transaction ID and app ID, and if the app ID is equal to this one, then it will execute this code, and if the app ID is not this quick GPT, then it will return this response, that is ignored event invalid app. And after that, if the app ID is same, in that case it will find the transaction using this transaction ID and isPaid property. After finding the transaction, it will update the user's credit, right? So it will find the user using this transaction ID, and then it will increment the credits. After that, it will also update the isPaid property of that transaction, and it will save the updated transaction in the database. So we have completed this function to manage the Stripe webhooks. Now we have to create the endpoint for this Stripe webhooks. For that, let's open our main file, that is server.js file. And in this one, here, after connecting with this database, let's add comment Stripe webhooks. Then we have to add app.post method, and in this one we have to add the path /API/Stripe, like this. And after that we'll add the comma, and here let's add express.raw. And in this one we have to add the type. So the type will be application JSON, like this. And then we'll add the comma here and provide the function. So just add a Stripe webhooks. So this Stripe webhooks function has been imported from the webhooks.js file. So here we have created the API endpoint for managing the Stripe webhooks. After that, we have to deploy our backend on online server. So we will deploy it on Vercel. But before deployment, we have to add the Vercel JSON configuration. For that, let's open the web browser, and here we'll search for github.com/GreatStackDev. Open this profile and go to nodes. And in this one, you will find the Vercel JSON config for MERN. Let's open this one, and in this one you can see here we have Vercel JSON configuration for Express backend. So let's copy the file name vercel.json and paste it here in this server folder. So in this server folder, we have to create a new file and write the file name vercel.json, and here we will paste this code. Let's just copy this, paste it here, save the changes. Next, let's just copy this file name again versal.json, and we will create a new file in the client also, that is our front end. So in this client directory, right click and create a new file and write the file name versal.json. And in this client project, we have to add this a small code. Just copy this one and paste it here. So we have added the versal.json in the client also and server also. After that, in this main folder, that is the quick GPT, right? In this quick GPT folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name .gitignore, like this. And in this one, we have to add node_modules. And after that, we'll add .env. So we have added one folder name and file name. That's it. After that, let's publish our code on GitHub. So I'll just come here in this source control icon. If your VS Code is configured with GitHub, then you can see this icon, and here we'll click on this initialize repository. After that, here we have to add the commit message. So we'll add first commit. Click on this commit button. Here you can see the total number of file is 71. So simply click on this commit button. So it will publish our code on GitHub. So for that, we have to click on this publish branch. And after that, here we have to create the repository name. So I'll write the repository name quick GPT, or you can change this one also. And here we have the option to choose private or public repository. So I'll choose this private repository. So I'll just click here. So it is uploading the files on my GitHub profile. After that, let me open my GitHub profile. So here you can see our code has been added in this GitHub repository, right? And after that, let's open versal.com. Here you need to create an account and just come to dashboard. And after that, click on this drop down and select project to create a new project. And here you need to choose the GitHub repository. So I'll choose this one, quick GPT. Click on import. And after that, here we have to add the project name. So I'll write quick GPT server because we are deploying the backend server. After that, here we have to choose the root directory. So I'll click on this edit. And from here, we will choose this server directory. Then click on continue. After that, here we'll choose the environment variables, and here we have to paste all our environment variables. So I'll just come back to the VS Code and come here in this .env file and copy all the environment variables from here. And after that, just paste it here. That's it. Then click on this deploy button. So it is deploying our backend server on Versal. So just wait for a few seconds. Now you can see this message, server is live. It means our backend is successfully deployed. After that, click on this continue to dashboard button, and here you will find the domains. So here we have the backend URL. Let me just click here. So you can see this is our backend URL that is live on Versal, right? You can see the message server is live. So let me just copy this URL and we have to add it in our webhooks. So again, I'll come back to the Stripe dashboard, and here you can see we have added the webhooks endpoint. So we have to update it. Here we have added example.com. So let me just correct it. So I'll click on this edit destination, and here let's add the URL. So it is our backend URL that is deployed on Versal, and at the end we will add /API/Stripe. Make sure to add this /API/Stripe and then click on this save destination. So you can see we have added the webhooks endpoint. Now let me try to create a new transaction. So I'll just come back here, and here you can see we have this API endpoint /API/credit/purchase, right? Now in this one, we have already added the headers where we have the front-end URL and token. Then in the body we have this plan, right? So we have the plan ID basic. So instead of this basic, let me choose the another plan. So I'll choose the pro plan here. So right, pro, right? Now just click on the send button. So now you can see we have received the response success true, and here we will get the payment URL for this purchase. So just copy this URL and open it in the web browser. So let's paste it here and it will open the payment URL, and here we have the amount $20. Then we'll add the email ID, test card number, then we'll add the future date, then we'll add the cardholder name and click on pay button. So here we have made the payment for our pro plan. It is displaying the loading screen, and after a few seconds it will open the home page. So now we are back to home page. Next, let's open our MongoDB database and click on this refresh button. So here you can see in this transactions collection we have a new transaction, and you can see the plan ID is pro and the amount is $20 and credits is 100, and this time you can see is paid is true. It means the payment was successful. We have successfully verified our payment. So this is paid property is true. And after that, if I open the users collection, and in this user data you will find the increased credit. So now you can see we have total credit 517, right? So the credits has been added here after successful purchase. Now we have successfully created the backend server where we have created all the APIs for user login registration. Then we have created the API to create a new chat, and we can generate the content using AI. We can generate the images also. After that, we have added the Stripe payment also, so that we can purchase the credits online and verify the payment using a Stripe webhooks. After completing our backend, now we will integrate these APIs with our frontend to create a fully functional AI chatbot. To connect the backend APIs with this frontend, let me just come back to the VS Code. And here, let's close all these files. So right click and select close saved. After that, here we have the server folder and here we have the client folder. So now we will come to the client folder, that is our front end. Just expand this one, and here we have the code for our front end. Let me open the terminal also. So in this terminal you can see the backend is running. You can see the message server is running on port 3000, and we have the another terminal. In this one the front end is running. You can see the front end URL. Now in this one we have to stop our project using Ctrl+C. After adding Ctrl+C, here we'll add the command to install new packages. So just add npm install Axios. We will use the Axios package to make the API call, and after that we will add one more package here, that is React hot toast. Using that we can display the toast notifications on our application. So here let me write React hot toast. So we are adding two packages, Axios and React hot toast. Press enter. So this package has been installed in the front-end project. After that we will start the front-end using npm run dev. So again the front-end is running on the same URL. Now let's hide this terminal. Next, let's open this client project or client folder, and here we have the src file, right? Or we have the src folder. So in this src folder we have the context, and in this context we need the backend URL to make the API call, and we will add the backend URL in the environment variable. So in this client folder we will right click and select new file and write the file name .env. In this file we will store the environment variables. So here we have to store the backend URL. So just add wheat_server_URL. So here we have added Vite server URL, and after that let me paste our backend server URL. So locally it is running on this URL, localhost port 3000. So let me just copy and paste it here. So we have added the local server URL, and at the end we have the /. So make sure to remove this one. It should end with port number. That's it. Now save the changes. So now we have the backend link. Next we can make the API call using our package, that is Axios package. So here we'll add the Axios package in our app context. So let's open app context file, and in this one we will import the Axios package. So here let me type import Axios from Axios, right? And after that, here let me write the Axios dot defaults dot base URL, and in this one we will provide our backend URL available in the environment variable. So we'll add import dot meta dot env dot, and after that let's add this environment variable name here, Vite server URL. So now we have added this URL as defaults, so it will be added in all the API call made using Axios, correct? After that, let's come here. You can see here we have created fetch users function, and in this one we are fetching the user from dummy data that is available in our asset. So let me just remove it, and here we will get the user data from the API. So in this fetch user, let's make the API call. So we'll add try catch statement, and in this try block we will add await Axios dot get method, and here let's add the API endpoint. So the API path is /API/user/data. So it will fetch the user detail, right? And after that we'll add comma, and here we have to add the headers property, and in this headers property we'll add the authorization, and in this authorization we have to provide the token. So here we don't have the token, so let's create the token state. So we'll add const token, and the setter function name is set token equal to use a state, and in this one let's add local storage dot get item and provide the key name. So the key name is token, so if the token is available in the local storage it will add that, and here we'll add the OR operator and provide null. So if the token is not available in the local storage it will add null. After that, here we have provided this authorization. So in this authorization we will provide the token like this. After that, here we'll get the response from this API. So from this response we'll extract the data property. So we'll add const data equal to await. We have added this data in curly braces. After that, here we will check this data. So we will add the if statement, and in this if statement we will check the data.success property. So when the success property is true, we will get the user data. So let's add the setter function set user and provide the data dot user property. Now suppose the data.success is false. So in that case we will display the toast notification. So just write the else statement, and after that we have to display the toast notification. And to add the toast notification we will open the app.jsx file, and in this one we have to import the toaster tag. So here just add import curly braces toaster from React hot toast, and after that let's add this toaster tag in this return. So here let's add opening arrow and this toaster tag. Just close this tag like this. Now we can use the toast notification in any file. So let's open the app context, and in this else statement we will add the toast. So let's add toast. Just click here and it has been imported from React hot toast. And in this one we will add dot error, and after that let's add the data, that is data from API, right? And in this one we'll get the message property, so let's add the data dot message. After that, suppose we get any error in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here also we'll add the toast dot error, and here we'll add the error dot message, right? After that, it will take some time to fetch the user's detail. So till then we will display the loading screen. So here let's add one state. We'll add const and write the state name loading user. Then we'll add the setter function set loading user equal to user state and initialize it with true. So initially the user will be loading, and after that here in this fetch user we will add finally, and here we'll add the setter function set loading user and make it false like this. So here we have added the API to get the user detail, right? Now after that, here we'll create a function to create a new chat. Let's add const create new chat equal to async arrow function, and in this one we will make the API call. So we'll add try catch statement, and in this one let's add if statement if not of user. So when the user is not available, right? So in that case we cannot create a new chat, so simply add return and provide toast, and in this toast we will add the message. So the message is login to create a new chat. Now suppose the user is available, so in that case here we'll add navigate and provide the path, that is the home path, and after that let's add await axios dot get method and provide the API endpoint. So the API endpoint is /API/chat/create, and after that here we'll add comma and provide one object, and in this one we will provide the headers property, and after that let's add colon, and here we'll add the object, and in this one we'll add the authorization, and in this authorization we have to provide the token. That's it. After that let's add the statement in this catch block also. So in this catch block we'll add toast dot error and provide the error dot message property like this. And after creating this new chat, we have to display the created chat in the left sidebar, and it will be displayed using this fetch users chat function, right? So here I'm going to call that function. So we'll add await fetch users chats and call this function. So here we have created a new function create new chat, and in this one we will make the API call to create a new chat, and after creating the new chat we will fetch the user's chat, right? Now let's add the API call in this fetch users chat so that it will fetch the chat's data from the database using the API. So just remove this code and we'll add the try catch statement, and after that let's add const curly braces data equal to await, and then we'll add axios dot get method, and in this one let's add the API endpoint. So the API endpoint is /API/chat/get. Using that we can get the user's chat. After that, we'll add the object. Using that, we will authenticate the API request. So here we have added headers, then authorization and token. I'll add this closing curly braces, and after that we will check this response. So we'll add the if statement, and in this if statement we'll add if the data.success is true. So in that case, let's add the setter function set chats and provide the data.chats property, right? And after that, here let me add the comment if the user has no chats, right? So in that case, we'll create a new one. So for that, we'll add the if statement, and here we'll add if the data.chats.length is equal to 0, right? So in that case, we'll add await and call this function create new chat. So whenever the user will log in for the first time and they don't have any new chat, then a new chat will be created. And after that, we'll add return statement, and here we'll add fetch user's chats. So after creating a new chat, it will fetch the user's chat, right? Now we'll add the else statement. Suppose we have the chats in this data, right? So in that case, we will set the selected chat that will be displayed in the chat box. So let's add selected chat, or we'll use the setter function set selected chat and provide the data dot chats index 0, like this. And after that, let's add the else statement for this one. So here we'll add the else statement, and in this one we will add toast dot error property, and in this one we'll add the data dot message. That's it. Now let's add the toast notification in the catch block also. So we'll copy and paste it here, and in this one we will add error dot message, like this. So here we have added the API call to fetch the user's chat, correct? Now let's come here in this use effect. Here you can see we have this use effect where we are calling this fetch users. So before that, we will check the token. So just add if statement if token. So when the token is available, in that case we will fetch this user using this fetch user function, and after that we'll add the else statement. When the token is not available, then we'll use the setter function set user and provide null. Then we'll add the set loading user and make it false. And after that, in this dependency array, we will provide the token. So whenever the token changes, it will execute this arrow function, right? Now let's pass these functions and state variable through this value object. So in this one, I'm going to add the create new chat function, and after that we will pass the loading user state. That's it. Here we have created this fetch users chats function. So let's export this function also. So we'll add comma fetch users chats, and after that we will provide the token also. So we'll add token and set token, and we will also pass the axios from here, because in this axios we have added the base URL. So we will use the same axios in all the files of this front-end project. Now after that, let's come to app.jsx file. In this file, you can see we are getting the user from this context. So with this user, we will also get the loading user state, like this. And after that, in this if statement, we'll add the or and provide this loading user. So when it is true, it will display the loading page. Save the changes, and now let me open our web page. We will open the front end. So here you can see it is displaying the login form, right? Because we are not logged in. Here we have added this app context, and in this app context we have added the use effect that will be executed whenever the component gets loaded, and when the token is not available, it will set the user null. So when the user is null, in that case, you can see here we have added user ternary operator, and when the user is false, in that case it will display the login component. That's why here we are getting this login page on our web page. So next we'll add the functionality in this login page so that the user can log in and register on this application. So let's come back to the VS Code, and here we will open the sidebar, and here we have the pages folder, and in this one just open login.jsx file. So in this file you can see here we have some states where we will store the input field data like name, email and password, and in this state we will save the login or register. So when the state is login, we will display the login form. When the state is register or sign up, we will display the sign up form. So according to this state, we will make the API call. Either we will call the login or registration API. Here to make the API call, we will use Axios. So let's get it from the context file. So we'll add const curly braces Axios, and with this Axios we will also get the getter function set token, so that we can store the token that we'll receive from the API, and we will get it from the use app context like this. After that, let's come here in this handle submit function, and in this one first we'll create the API URL. It will be either login or register. So we'll add const URL equal to, and after that here we will check for this state. So let's add a state equal to login. So when the state is login, so in that case the URL will be /API/user/login, and if it is false, so in that case we'll add colon and provide this /API/user/register. So now we have the URL to make the API call, and after that here we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block let's make the API call and we'll receive the data. So just add const curly braces data equal to await and Axios and provide the URL, and then we have to add the data on this URL. So we'll provide the name, email and password, right? After that let's check the response. So just add if the data.success property is true. So in that case the user will be logged in or registered successfully. So we'll use the setter function, that is set token, and here let's provide the data dot token. So we will receive the token from the response that we will use here for set token, and after that we will store this token in local storage. So just add local storage dot set item, and here let's add the key name, that is token, and then we'll add the value. So the value will be data dot token. Now after this if we'll add the else statement also. So let's add the else statement, and here we'll add toast notification. So just add toast, click here to import the toast, then we'll add dot error, and here let's provide the data dot message property. So it will display the error message that we'll receive from the API. After that let me copy this toast notification, paste it in the catch block, and in this catch block simply write error.message. So we have added the function that will make the API call for user login or registration, right? And after that it will set the token that we will receive from the API, and it will store the token in the local storage using this set item. And in this context you can see here we have added this token, and here we will get the token from local storage using get item, right? So after adding it, let me open our web page, and here we are in the login form. So let me add the email ID here. So let's add the email ID that we have used for creating any account. So I'll create a new account here. I'll click on this link to open the sign up form, and here we'll add the name. Then we'll add the dummy email ID. Then we'll add the password and click on create account. Here we are getting some error, request failed with a status code 404. So let me just check it. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and here you can see in this API call we have added Axios, and after this Axios we have to add the type. So just add post because we are sending the data on this API. So we have added axios.post and provided the URL and other data. Now let's come back here and we'll add the input field data like name, email and password, and click on create account. So now we have successfully created a new account, and you can see the user's name at the bottom of this left sidebar, and here we have the credits. So whenever a new account is created, the 20 credit will be added, right? And here it will automatically create a new chat. You can see a new chat has been created, and this new chat is the selected chat, right? And after that we can turn this website in dark mode or light mode. Now let's add the functionality for logout. For that we have to open our sidebar component. So let me just come back to the VS Code. Here we'll open this components and sidebar.jsx file, and in this one here we will get some data from the context. So you can see first we are getting the chats, then setter function set selected chat, then we are getting the theme and set theme, then user and navigate. After that here let's get other functions and state. So here we'll get create new chat function, then we will get Axios, then we will get set chats, and after that we'll get the fetch users chat function, and after that we will get the setter function set token. After that here we will create the logout function. So here we'll add a space, provide const logout and create the arrow function, and in this one let's use the local storage dot remove item, and after that here we'll add the key name token. So it will remove this token from the local storage, and after that let's use the setter function set token and provide null. After that we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast, import the toast, then we'll add success, and here let's add the message logged out successfully. Now we have to link this logout function. So let me just scroll down, and here you can see we have this logout icon right in this img tag. So here in this img tag we'll add the onClick property and provide this logout. That's it. Now we'll add the function for deleting any chat. So here let's add a new function and write the function name delete chat. So we'll add const delete chat equal to async arrow function, and after that here we will get the event, then we'll get the chat ID, and after that here we have to make the API call to delete any chat. So here first we'll add stop propagation, then we have to add const and provide confirm and equal to window dot confirm, and in this one we will add the message, are you sure you want to delete this chat? After that here just add the if statement and write not confirm. So in that case we will not delete the chat, so simply add return, and suppose the confirm is true, so in that case we'll make the API call and receive the data. So just add const curly braces data equal to await, and use the Axios dot post method. And in this one, just add the API endpoint. It will be /API/chat/delete. And then we have to provide the chat ID. So just add curly braces and provide the chat ID here. And after that, we have to authenticate our request. So here we'll add the headers property and provide the authorization token. Let me update this authorization. It will be without quote. And after this API call, here we will check the response. So we'll add the if statement if the data.success property is true. So in that case, let's add set chats and provide one arrow function with the previous chat in the parameter. So just add this previous and create the arrow function, and here we'll add the previous dot filter. And in this one, let's add the individual chat and create the arrow function. And here we'll add the chat dot underscore ID not equal to chat ID. And after that, just add await. And here let's call the fetch users chat function. After that, we have to display the toast notification. So just add toast.success and provide one message here. So let me add the message that we will receive from the API. So just add data.message. Now let's come here in this catch block and let's add the toast notification. So we'll add toast.error and it will be error.message. That's it. So here we have created this delete chat function. Now let's link this function with our UI. So let's see the delete icon. Here we have the recent chats, and in this recent chat you can see here we have the img tag where we have added the bin icon, correct? So in this one, let's add the onClick property. So here let me add the space at the end and provide onClick, and in this onClick let's add curly braces and provide the event and create the arrow function. Now we'll add the toast.promise, and in this one we will call the delete chat. In this delete chat we have to add the event comma and chat dot underscore ID, that is the chat ID. And after that we'll add the comma here and provide curly braces. Then we'll add the loading, and in this loading we'll add the text called deleting. Here we have extra closing curly braces. Let me remove it, and this opening curly braces also. Now it is correct. So here we have added this function in this icon, that is the bin icon. In this page you can see here we have this new chat button, right? So when we click on this button, it should create a new chat. So in this button tag we'll add the onClick property, and in this onClick property simply provide the create new chat function. That's it. Now save the changes and let's open our web page. So in this left sidebar, here we have the new chat button. So if I click here, it will create a new chat. You can see here we have two chats in the left sidebar, right? And we can delete it. Just click on this bin icon. It is asking, are you sure you want to delete this chat? I'll press OK. So it should be deleted, but here we are getting token is not defined. So let me check it. So let me just come back here in VS Code, and in this one you can see here we don't have the token. So let's get this token from the app context. So after getting this set token, we'll get the token also. So here we have the token from use app context. Save the changes, and now let's come back here and click on this delete icon. Click OK. So you can see the chat deleted. Now we have only one chat created 14 minutes ago, right? So this was the first chat when we created our new account. So when the new account will be created, it will automatically create a new chat. So this is the new chat created when we created the account. That's why it is displaying 14 minutes ago. So this creating new chat is working fine. And after that, here we are getting the user data. And now let me just click on this logout icon. So now you can see we are logged out successfully. And then we have this login form, or you can switch to sign up form. Let me come to the login form, and here we'll add the same email ID. Then we'll add the incorrect password. Click on login button. So you can see invalid email or password, and now I'll enter the correct password. Click on login. So now we are successfully logged in. Next, we'll add the functionality in this input field so that we can chat with AI and we can get the answers from AI. To add this chat functionality, let me just come back to the VS Code, and here we will open the sidebar, and from here let's open the ChatBox.jsx file. Now in this file you can see here we are getting the selected chat and theme from the app context, right? Now here we will get the user data also, so let's add comma user. Then we will get the Axios for making the API call, and after that we will get token. Then we will get the set user setter function, right? And after that, let's come here in this on submit function. So when we submit this form, that is for this input field, then it will generate the text. So first it will add our message in this chat box. Later it will add the AI generated message. So let me just come back here, and here let's add try catch statement. And in this try block, let's move this e.prevent default. After that, in this try block, let's add if statement, and here we will check for the user. So just add not of user. It means when the user is not logged in. So in that case, simply add return and provide the toast notification. So just add toast, import the toast. Then we'll add message here. So the message is login to send message. Now suppose the user is already logged in. So in that case, we will use the setter function set loading, and let's make it true so that it will disable the send button. And after that, let's create a copy of our prompt. So here we'll add const prompt copy, and it will be our prompt, correct? And after that, we have to clear the prompt from the input field. So here let's use the setter function set prompt and provide the empty string. So it will clear the input field. Next, let's add the setter function set messages, and in this one let's add the arrow function, and here we'll get the previous data. So we'll create the arrow function with previous data in the parameter, and after that let's add the array and use the spread operator and provide the previous data. And in this one we'll add one more entry. So just add the object where we'll add the role. So the role will be user because we are sending this message, right? And after that we have to provide the content. So the content will be our prompt. Then we have to add the timestamp. So the timestamp will be date.now. So it will add the current date and time. Then let's add the comma, and here we'll add is image property. So it will be false, right? After that, let's add const curly braces data. So after adding our own message in this messages, next we will display the AI generated message, and we will receive that using the API call. So here we'll add await axios.post method, and after that we have to provide the API endpoint. So here we'll add the backticks, then /API /message / and here we'll add the text or image, right? Because we have two APIs, we will use different API link for generating the text content. We will use different API link for generating the images. So here we'll add $ curly braces and provide the mode. So in this mode, we will store either text or image that will be added in this API endpoint. After that, here we have to add the curly braces where we will provide the chat ID. So the chat ID will be selected chat. So just add the selected chat dot underscore ID and then add the comma, and here we will provide our prompt that will be sent on the API. After that, we'll provide the is published. That's it. Now we'll add the comma, curly braces, and here we have to add the headers to authorize our request. So let's add headers, authorization and token. And in this one, we will add the authorization like this without the quotation. And after that, we will get the response. So now we have to check the response data. So let's add the if statement and provide if the data.success property is true. It means we will receive the response from AI, right? So we will add it in the message state or messages state. So use the setter function set messages, and here let's add the arrow function with the previous data in the parameter, and it will return one array where we'll add the spread operator, provide the previous data, then we'll add the comma and provide the data dot reply that we will receive from the API. It will be added in the messages state, and after that we have to deduct the credits, right? So here we'll add the comment decrease credits. So here just add the if statement if the mode is equal to image. So in that case we have to decrease the credits by 2. So let's use the set user, and in this one we'll add previous data and create the arrow function, and let's add this parenthesis where we'll add the object and provide the spread operator previous, and then we'll add comma credits property, and in this credits property let's add previous dot credits minus 2. So it will decrease the credit by 2, and after that here we'll add the else statement. Let me remove the space from here, so it will be a arrow function. Now after that, in this else statement, just copy this and paste it here. Here we'll decrease the credit by 1 when the mode is text, right? Now here we'll add the else statement. So let's add the else. It means when the data.success is false. So in that case we have to display the toast notification. So just add toast.error, and here we will provide the error message that we will receive from the API. So let's add data.message property. After that we will use the setter function called set prompt, and in this one we will provide our prompt copy, right? Now let's come to this catch block, and in this catch block we will paste this toast notification. So toast.error, it will be error.message, right? And after this catch we will add finally block, and in this one let's add the setter function set prompt, and let's provide the empty string, and after that we will use the set loading and make it false. So it will again enable the send button, right? After adding it, you can see here we have added the use effect, and in this use effect we have added the selected chat that will set the messages using this selected chat dot message property or messages property, right? Then we have this use effect for smooth scroll. It is correct. So let me save the changes and we'll check the functionality on our front end. So let me just come back here, and here I'll type any prompt. So in this text box I'll write hi and click on this send button. So our message is added here, and here you can see we have received the response. Hi there, how can I help you today? Right? Now let me add the question here. So I'll type how to create a basic Express app. I'll send this prompt, and now you can see we have the loading animation here because it will take some time to generate this response. So just wait for it. So now you can see our response has been generated, and here we have the beautiful structure for our response. You can see here we have the text, then we have the command for creating the Express application, then we have the code for simple Express application, and we have the complete description also. So now we are getting the response using AI. So we have created our AI chatbot. It is working fine. Now let me try the image generation feature also. So in this drop down, let me choose image, right? And after that, here let me add the prompt to generate any image. So I'll type a photographer taking wildlife photos. Click on send button. So you can see it is generating the image. You can see the loading animation here. And once it is generated, it will be displayed in this chat box only. So you can see our image has been generated, and here you can see a photographer is taking the wildlife photograph. So here you can see a photographer is taking the wildlife photos, right? And it is generated and you can see the time also a few seconds ago, right? But we have not made this image public, so it will not be visible in the community. So let me create another image and I will make that image public so that we can display that in the community. So let me add another prompt for generating the image. So we have selected the mode image and we have added a cat drinking coffee, and let's make it public. So we will choose this checkbox, publish generated image to community, then click on send button. So you can see it is generating our image, and once it is generated, it will be added in the community also. So just wait for it. So now you can see our image has been generated, and here you can see a cat with a cup of coffee, right? Now this chat feature is working fine. We can generate the text content and we can generate the images also, and our chat is displayed in the left side. And if I click on this new chat, you can see it will display another chat in this left side. Here you can see we have another chat called new chat. Now if I add any question here, this title will be updated. So instead of this image, we'll write text, and here we'll write what is GPT. So now you can see it is generating our content for this prompt. So it has been generated, and you can see the title in this left side. In this recent chats, we have the what is GPT and this hi, right? And here we have this search box. So in this search box, we can search our chat. So let me search for GPT. So now you can see in this sidebar, we have only one chat, right? So we can filter our chat using this search box. Now let me add the functionality for this community images page, right? So in this community, you can see right now we are getting the dummy images. So instead of this one, we will display the images that we have created using this application, and we have made that image public to display in the community. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and here let's open the community.jsx file. Now in this one, first we need the Axios for making the API call. So here we'll add const curly braces Axios, and let's get it from the use app context. It has been imported. After that, here you can see we have the fetch images, and in this one we have added the dummy images, right? So let me remove it, and here let's add the try catch statement, and in this try block let's add const curly braces data. So we will get this data in the response. So here just add await Axios.get method, and let's provide the API endpoint. So we will write /API/user/published images. Now after that, we have to check the response data. So let's add if the data.success property is true. So in that case, we will use the setter function set images, and in this one we will provide the images that we will receive from the API. So just add data.images property. After that, we'll add the else statement also, and in this else statement, let's add the toast notification. So just add toast.error, and here let's provide the data.message property. Now let me add the notification in the catch block. So in this catch block, let's add error.message, right? And after that, here we'll add the set loading, and let's make it false. So by default you can see the loading is true, and after this API call it will make the loading false, right? And whenever the component gets loaded, it will execute this fetch images function, right? And when the loading is true, it will display the loading page. So now let me save the changes and open our web page, and here in this community images you can see we have only 2 images, and you can see the username also when we hover on these image. Here we have the username Avinash, and in this another one we have the username GreatStack. We have created this image while testing our API using Postman, right? So now we have 2 images in this community page that we have generated using AI. So this community page is also working fine. Now let's click on this credits page, and right now you can see our credit has been decreased. Here we have the credit 13 only, right? Because it will decrease the credit when we generate the image or text prompt, and whenever the credit is 0 or less than 2, then we cannot create the image, and when we have the 0 credit we cannot create any text content also. In that case we have to purchase the credit, right? So let me open this credits page, and here you can see we have the credits plan, right? So right now these are the dummy data coming from the asset, so we will get the plan data from the API. For that, let me just come back and open our credits.jsx file, and in this one here you can see we have the plans state and loading state, and after that here we need the Axios for making the API call, and we'll also get the token here so that we can provide the token in the API call. So let's add const curly braces token and Axios, and let's get it from the use app context. So from the context file we'll get the token and Axios, and after that you can see we have the fetch plans, right? So in this one we are getting the dummy plan data from the asset, so just remove this one, and here we will call the API. So just add the try catch statement, and in this try block we'll make the API call and receive the data in the response. So just add const curly braces data equal to await and provide the Axios dot get method, and in this one let's add path. It will be /API/credit/plan, and after that we'll add the comma and provide one object, and in this object we have to provide the headers for authorization. So just add headers, and in this headers we have added authorization and token. That's it. Now we'll test this response data, or we'll check this response data. So let's add if statement. If the data.success property is true, in that case we will use the setter function called setPlans and provide the data.plans, right? Now let's add the else statement also, and in this else statement we will display the toast notification. So just add toast.error and provide the data.message, right? And here we'll add the OR operator and provide one message. So let me add the message called failed to fetch plans, like this. And after that here we have the catch block. So in this catch block let me add toast.error, and here we will provide the error dot message property. That's it. And after that here we will set the loading false. So just add set loading and make it false. That's it. After that we will get the plans data from the API, right? Let me save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have the same plan data, but this time these data is coming from the API, right? Next we will add the functionality to purchase the plan using this buy button. So we will come back here, and here let's create a new function. So we'll add a new function here. So simply add const purchase plan equal to async arrow function, and in this function parameter will add the plan ID because we'll send this plan ID on API. After that we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block we'll make the API call. So let's add const curly braces data equal to axios dot post method, and before this axios we have to add the await also, and after that in this one we have to provide the API endpoint. So let's add /API /credit/purchase. After that here we have to add the comma and provide the plan ID. It will be sent on API, and after that we'll add the comma here, and here we will provide the headers. So let me add the object and provide the headers, and in this headers we have added the authorization token. After that we can check the response. So let's add, so if the data.success is true, in that case we will get a payment URL. So here let me add the window.location.href, and in this one we'll add the data.url. So it will open this payment URL. Else we will display the toast notification. So just add toast.error and provide the data.message property. Now let's add the same notification in the catch block, and in this one we'll add error.message property. That's it. So here we have created this function purchase plan that will open the payment link, right? And after that we have to call this function whenever we will click on the buy button, right? So let me scroll down, and here you can see we have this button, right? Now in this button we'll add on click property, and in this on click let's add the arrow function, and in this arrow function we'll add the toast.promise, and here simply add the purchase plan function and provide the plan ._id. So we will provide this ID here, then we'll add the comma curly braces and provide the loading, and here let's add one message in single quote or double quote. So we'll add the message here, processing, like this. Now we will save the changes and open our web page. So let me choose this Pro plan, where you can see the amount is $20 and the credit is 500 credits, and right now you can see we have 13 credits only, right? Let me click on this button buy now. So you can see processing, and after that it will open this payment page, and here we can make the payment using the test card number because we are using the test keys of a Stripe payment gateway. So let me add the email ID and test card number. And after that we will click on this pay button. After payment it will open the loading screen to verify the payment, right? And after that we are redirected to this home page, and now it should increase the credit, but you can see the credit is still 13. But when I refresh the web page you can see the available credit is 513. So we have successfully purchased the credit and the credit has been added here. So here we have to refresh the web page to display the updated credit. So to fix it, let me just come back here and we will open our loading page. And in this one, let's get the fetch user function from the context. So we'll add const curly braces fetch user, and let's get it from the use app context. Use app context has been imported, and now we will call this function before this navigate. So let's add fetch user and call it. That's it. Save the changes, and now let me just come back here and we will come here in the credits and let's try to purchase the 100 credits using this basic plan. I'll click on this buy now button. Then it will open the payment screen. We will add the email ID, then card number, and click on pay button. And after payment, it will display the loading screen for 8 seconds. Just wait for it. And after that, you can see the credit is automatically reflected here. You can see the available credit is 613, right? Now it is working fine. So we have completed all the features of our AI chatbot, right? We can create a new chat, we can send the prompt to generate the text content, we can generate the images, we can purchase the credit, right? And we can log in and log out from this application. Next, we have to deploy our project. So we have already deployed our backend. So you can see this is the live link of our backend server that we have deployed using Vercel, right? Now let me deploy the front end also. So I'll just come back to the VS Code and I'll open this sidebar and then click on this source control. And here we'll add the message in commit. So let me add the message, project completed, and click on commit button. Then click on sync changes. So it will update our code on GitHub. So let's open the GitHub profile. Let me refresh this directory. So you can see it is updated just now, right? And after that, we have to deploy this front end using Vercel. So let's open the Vercel dashboard and click on this add new project. And we will choose the repository QuickGPT. Click on import button. And here you need to add the project name. So let me use this project name QuickGPT. And then we have to choose the root directory. Just click on this edit and provide client. Select this client repository and click on continue. And after that, here we have to add the environment variables. So let's open it. And here we will paste the environment variable from our file. So let me just come back to the VS Code and let's open the client directory. And in this client directory, we have .env file. And in this one, you can see we have only one environment variable. Just copy this one and paste it here. But right now you can see here we have added Vite server URL and provided the local host URL, right? So remove this local host URL. Here we will add the backend URL that is deployed on Vercel. So our backend is running at this URL that is deployed on Vercel. You can see server is live and this is the live link for backend server. So just copy this one and paste it here in this Vite server URL. So we have added it here. And at the end, you can see we have the /. So make sure to remove this /. It should end with vercel.app. That's it. After that, simply click on this deploy button. So it will start deploying our front end also. So you can see the deployment status here. So just wait for a few seconds for this deployment. So now you can see this message, our project has been deployed, and click on this continue to dashboard. And here you will get this domain, right? So here we have this domain. Let me just copy this one. And let's open this link in web browser. So you can see our AI chatbot is live at this URL. And here we can log in with existing account or we can create a new account. So let me try to log in using the existing account. So you can see it is working fine. We are successfully logged in, and from this left side we can switch the chat. We can click on the second one to switch to second chat. Let's go to the first chat. We can create a new chat also by clicking on this new chat button. And here we can add our prompt to generate the text content or images, and we can purchase the credit, and we can see the public images in this community page. So finally, we have completed our full stack AI chatbot and we have also deployed it online. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video and also subscribe my channel GreatStack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.